Good evening, everyone. I have taken power from Smoke Steve, and I will wield it with no mercy. I do believe Smoke Steve will be around at some point tonight, but he's a busy man today, so I I will start things out at least. So hope you all are ready to talk and chat, and we will start things out with the great RW. Hey,
Easiest coup ever.
RW. Welcome to the pub. Don't make me angry.
Okay, I don't know if I ever have. I'll try my hardest to see where that
Well,
line
just
is.
don't start.
Yeah,
How's it going?
it's good. It's pretty good. Life is pretty good. A lot of
I
people
think
talking about a lot of things. I've been kind of sitting on the sidelines mostly and not engaging too much in the conversation itself. But it seems like a lot of
yeah,
people are in an excited state for whatever it is that they believe in these days. That
yeah.
bottle must be almost done.
Well, it is. I this will be on my top list. I love the smoky flavor of it. It just really feels luxurious.
Cool, man. Live like a
Yeah,
king.
yeah.
There's not really many options that I could see, at least uh, at around that area, unless you can go to like a massive. I guess there would be like a very high end bottle shop somewhere around you, but there just seems to be really only three options for like that flavor profile.
Uh, I have another one, next one scheduled to go after this. I already bought it. It's called Talisker Storm, and it's another smoky whiskey that I had when I was on vacation. Someone brought a bottle, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna get me a bottle of that when it's time.
See if it tastes the same at home.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't. I've had beer like that before.
Well, things seem to taste better when the company is good, and I really enjoyed the vacation with the new people I met there. So,
You are you gonna go for that again? The same people?
uh, yeah, I hopefully. I mean, I didn't organize it. It was a family reunion for my partner. Yeah, he's muted. You are muted, Smoke Steve. If you want to
Okay,
change that.
that's cool. Well,
Hey, Welsh,
Good,
how you
good,
doing, base?
good evening, gentlemen.
good evening.
Just having a waz, or just finished.
Welcome to the
Okay.
coup.
So, there's of course been plenty of news in the U.S., but since you're here, I thought I would start with something from the UK, and that is the Keir Starmer's proposal for digital ID.
The Brit
And
card, baby.
yeah,
It's not a proposal; it's what they're doing. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's you know what you're gonna get from me. It's just about control. It's not about migrants, um, because they're saying you've got to produce it to work. Um, like I said, it's got nothing to do with migrants. It's just about control. That's all it's about.
Can you move your mic a little bit closer to your mouth?
Yeah, sorry, mate. How's that?
Oh, it's much better.
Sorry, mate.
I definitely see it as a foot in the door for the digital ID over there, because even if they onboard it for working permits or whatever, you know that once it's on board, they're going to
Yeah,
broaden
yeah.
the net.
I
exactly.
think that this trick has been known for you know forever as a business trick. Is that you somehow get your particular um, protocol or formulation or patents, you get them standardized. Some body says this is the standard. To reduce the pushback from people who don't want you to have an advantage, you make the standard for like one particular set of users, like government users only. Or in this ID case, I think it's for like immigrant labor or something like that. And then you claim it's voluntary for everything else. And what tends to happen, because businesses don't like to have two different systems, they just the standard over time migrates to be the only accepted form, and the optional part kind of dies and withers. So yeah, this is a standard technique to force.
But it's mandatory last dance. So they're doing it, and they're saying one of the main reasons is to stop migrant workers working in our market. But this is a mandatory thing, so it's for everyone, and it's just like the ULEZ cameras. The ULEZ cameras has the same technology as they got in China with the old pay per mile technology. Now, it's not in operation in the UK, but they're changing and updating all the cameras to have that. Now, the same with this ID card. It's all about centralizing it all, they're saying. Where it's one click, it gives you all the answers. And of course, it gives you every answer you could give, I suppose, your whole history. And who wants that? And of course, when that technology is already built in to be like a Chinese social credit system, it's already there. Then it's like you said, it's just a step away. It's just like I said, they'll put a diluted version out last dance, like you're saying, but then they'll just drop loads of like stink bombs in there to sort of like make it what it was in the next couple of years.
Once it gets a foot in the door, there are so many levers that the government can use to get rid of the voluntary aspect. For one thing, they could make it more expensive for people to choose not to have a digital ID.
But it's not voluntary. I keep on saying it's not voluntary. It's
mandatory. I thought it was mandatory for people who want to work in the UK.
Well, I'd say that's quite a lot of the population.
It is. I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to have it doesn't impact a lot of people immediately, but it's enough that some people will say, well, it's voluntary. It's not like you have to, I guess if you already have a job, you might not need a digital ID. Who knows?
I have a question though, like for the people on the panel here, how much of the data do you think they already have on individuals? For me, it's not so much that they're seeking data, it's that they already have these things and they want to integrate a system that eventually moves towards controlling of buying and selling. So the database that they have on all of their individuals already is already digital, and I would think mostly complete.
Yeah, but it's quite antiquated. It's quite separated out, so it's not all in one. So with this ID thing, they're basically going to just press info. They'll get like political things, how you voted. It can literally go all the way through your history.
But ever since Facebook, I would think that we're already bagged and tagged in an algorithmic manner.
Yeah, but you'll need people to examine that, etc., etc. This is just straight in front of you.
Right.
So it's just streamlining what they already have.
Yeah.
Eventually, other forms of commerce will be indexable by your digital ID. So, someone like myself, I buy stuff all the time with my phone using the Apple Pay, and I use credit cards and so on. And, that is tied to my identity, but it's kind of in one bin, and that's it. Now, when you have a digital ID, everything can be tied to your digital ID, including your use of commerce, banking, payment systems, and so on. And the government can just push a button, and they could push a button that says starve. They push that button. It's
Yeah.
for some reason you are
S-
you
so-
bad side. They push the starve button, and you can't necessarily get your money, or maybe you can't spend your money, or any. No,
Well,
it's just that simple. Once everything's
in the UK,
digitized.
it's either 800 or 400. But if you take out anything excessive, I believe it's 800, but I've got 400 in my brain as well. They ask you a question on what you're doing with your money, and they fill out a form. And if you do it more, if you do it quite often, then that raises red flags for them to see what you're doing with your cash. And I'm not
Yep.
lying. You can Google it now.
And we
£800.
don't
We're not
really.
even talking like 5 grand. I mean, anything under 5 grand and stuff. You know, you're literally picking off. You're picking on people for like buying a car or stuff. You know, it's like nothing. What are you on about? But they
Yeah,
want all that information.
I
Control.
think we don't have to look any farther than the Canadian government, the reaction to the truckers' protest in, I don't know when it was, 2021 exactly. I don't know when
I think it was 500 bank accounts they froze, didn't they?
Right. They had these this truckers' protest, and some of it was lawless, some of it blocked traffic. But the response,
Lawless is a strong word for civil disobedience.
well, yeah, I mean, unless you're the one who's trying to get to work, then it feels very lawless. But the response was to kind of cut these people off, cut off their access to banking, basically to starve them into submission. Literally,
there's a newer
starve
example.
them.
There's a newer example. So, Vietnam, the State Bank of Vietnam deactivated 86 million bank accounts because people didn't transfer to the new digital systems. So
Yes,
they
we
just
are, Mr. E.
wiped out 86 million bank accounts. I understand there can be a lot of fraudulent or bullshit accounts, but 86 million means there are quite a few individuals that were wiped off of that financial economic system because they did not opt into the new systems.
When I went to Argentina 2002, I've done it twice over like 2 years. And when I went out there, we would come home from the clubs in the night, and there was a queue of 20, 30, 40, 50 people. If the queue used to go like all the way around the block in the morning. And what it was, you would find grandparents and grandchildren queuing up at the bank. And what they were doing, they were waiting for their daily withdrawal. The government had restricted their withdrawal on money. So what ended up happening throughout the whole of Argentina is that every day a relative would queue up for another relative generally, so that they could take out the maximum they're allowed to take out. So what they actually did, they dropped the US dollar and gave them the Argentinian peso, which then dropped their savings by 90%, which was obviously interesting. The super rich were on their boats fucking carrying their cash over to Uruguay, over the River Plate to Uruguay. But yeah, obviously it fucked the whole country up.
What happens is we get lulled into complacency by basically not having had, we disagree with the governments, in your case Labor or the Tories, over time, but we've never thought that somehow it's a dictatorship. It seems bad, but as a result of that complacency, we're kind of having the infrastructure for an effective
liberalism.
But this infrastructure for a very effective dictatorship is creeping in, all in the name of efficiency.
Yeah, right now under Trump, the Palantir Group is creating a database heading us in that direction.
So, yeah, and for that, people will, I don't know what the Palantir system is, but whatever it is, the people who want it will defend it as it's just to stop criminals. It's just to prevent terrorists from coming in. It's just
a digital database for all of that.
I was going to say, Palantir, can you give me the heads up? I've heard of that name before, but
Peter Thiel.
He's sort of a conservative activist. He's
right-wing
activist.
A lot of pie.
maybe a libertarian activist. I don't know.
Right, like Dave
Uh,
Smith sort of thing.
Transhumanism, that level of play.
But
Turning people
whatever
into
he
machines.
is, it doesn't matter if he's. I mean, I don't care if he's, Thomas Jefferson. I don't want a centralized uh, system for keeping track of people.
Right.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is that America is now upgrading its digital database, and the logical next step of that is integrating that database into economic use. It just makes sense.
Right. And I'm part of the problem too, because like I said, I don't like using cash. So I use digital forms of currency, and by my actions, I sort of,
Part of the problem.
make the future tyranny more.
I don't think you can fight it though, Last Dance. I think you're just
Well, you can fight it. You could
You
just
can
go with
fight it.
cash and leave it
I,
at that.
I've done it all my adult life. I've always had a couple £100 in my yard. Always had it. Because just for example, if shit hit the fan all of a sudden and you couldn't do anything, your digital money, if it couldn't be shown, proven, or exchanged for hard currency, means fuck all.
Now, on the other
Nothing.
side, and I've mentioned this several times, and I'll mention it again, in the U.S., we have, if you, some people don't like to put any money in banks. They don't like to put it anywhere except where they can, under their mattress, where they can
Yeah.
protect it themselves. And there's something called civil forfeiture, which it's not terribly widespread, but it's the handful of outrageously unjust cases where people traveling with all their money or
States.
close to all their money have had it seized
Yeah.
and just kept. The feds
I've
just
s-
keep it, or the state keeps it.
I've seen the videos, Last Dance. It's truly shocking. There's multiple
It is.
couples. There was one that was to a funeral. It was all legit when you looked into it. There was nothing wrong. Their fucking relative died. There was
Yes,
another
yes.
one who was the other one who was buying like a vintage car. That's why he had 30 grand cash on him. And they took it all, and it then pays for their police department, doesn't it? The money they get,
Yeah.
the money they confiscate, it goes to the central spending. So it's like, yeah, but these people, they're just normal punters. They're not
Right.
what you're looking for. They're not the international drug smugglers that you're looking for. They're not these people. They're
No, they're
literally,
not.
when you look back in their history, they've got no criminal things apart from a couple of citations for like driving fast, like
Yeah.
nothing. There's no red flags. There's fuck all. You can't pin it on them. But
Right.
but like
No,
the
it's nothing. And that,
the sheriffs and the judge, they're all corrupt in these places. They're known for it as well in some of these like towns and
you know
fucking
what? They don't
disgusting.
even try to charge them with a crime. They're happy to have the cash, and they'll just tell you, we're keeping
Yeah,
it. You
yeah.
could go to court, sue. Good
They
luck.
don't want the court case, do they? Because it just adds on. They just
Right.
want, yeah.
So,
That's all they ever wanted was the cash.
and if these people resist, they can prolong a court case like anybody, the state, that is.
Yeah.
And so they'll keep the money, they'll use it, they'll get the benefit, the interest, whatever, and we'll see.
It's lawfare. Don't forget. It's like I was under lawfare. It's the process. That's the punishment. Like Tommy and everyone else. It's lawfare, and it's just like these poor people in America.
Yeah, it is. And these the civil forfeiture is these are laws that are passed by Congress. Their assumption, the assumption built into these laws, is that the only person who would have large amounts of cash in their car, on their person, when traveling, is a drug dealer. That's the assumption, and it's not true. It's true that drug dealers do carry large amounts of cash, but not everybody who does is a drug dealer. Some people just don't trust banks.
Yeah, but drug dealers most probably haven't got like digital proof. So they're speaking to a chap on Facebook. They're selling this vintage car, and they're going through it, like for weeks or like a couple of days. And it's like, yeah, I've got a trailer. See the trailer? That's going to take the car away. And they're like, fuck you, cunt.
Yeah,
it's just unreal.
Police abuse the system. They know the people they know who they're arresting. They know whose cash they're seizing. It doesn't take long to figure out that this person is not a a successful drug dealer. You know,
How
that's
how
what police
how,
investigation is for. And they never try to arrest him for anything.
how can this not be snuffed out? Because I know by the by the confiscating of the cash that pays for the department. That goes back into the coffers. But like, surely like the senators and they're gonna surely there's a decent person there to say this ain't gonna happen in our county anymore. This is stopping in our county. We're not having this.
As
This
far
is
as I know, there is still
disgusting.
bipartisan support for civil forfeiture laws. They're considered extremely effective in harming the drug trade. And I I guess the innocent people who are crushed underneath the wheels of this system are just considered collateral damage
But
and
it's not. I don't think
too
it's that.
hoo hoo hoo.
I don't think it's that rare because I've seen maybe 4 or 5 cases on YouTube
Yeah,
where, and it's not just like one documentary. You just bump across them. And it's just the algorithm. I'm sure, surely, um, because these cases are so clear. Why can't they just step in and say, just if it is successful, why have you got to pick up these fucking poor unfortunates?
I
Because
have a question.
they're not your problem.
So in Maryland, where you can buy marijuana from dispensaries recreationally, they only allow purchases in cash
correct.
because it's not acceptable on the federal level. So you can't do banking credit or whatever. But
Oh yeah.
so if for any reason the cops bust one of these dispensaries for going outside the scope of what they're allowed to sell or whatever, does that mean they could literally take all the cash in that facility?
It's happened.
Oh my God.
It's not in the facility, but I think in California or one of the western states, there was a chain of dispensaries, and like you say, they have no choice but to do all their transactions in cash. And they would
Which is
hire an
huge.
armored.
Which is huge security issues, isn't it? It brings a
Yes,
whole level of security problems. Then
I don't know what they do with the cash, uh, but at some point, the cops figured out that these dispensaries were hiring security firms to move hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash around, and they would just like wait for
wait
the
for
the armored truck to leave, and they would waylay it on the road, and just steal all the cash, hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash.
And uh what was their lawful seizure?
They don't need it a law. The mere presence of cash is enough of a justification to take it. That's civil forfeiture. You
To
don't
me,
need.
no, but if you believe that they're selling drugs or something, like there has to be some that's literally a vehicle that moves money from A to B. Like
That's right, but it does. That's true. But they know where the cash came from, and you know,
and that didn't get taken to court or anything.
well, what happened was the dispensaries and their representatives went to the states, the governor and the legislature, and said, "Why are you, on the one hand, legalizing this process, and on the other hand, your cops are stealing all the money? You can't have it both ways." And they stopped doing it. The cops, either a law was passed so they would stop doing it, or the governor just said, we're not going to do that anymore. But for a while, and I don't think they got all their money back.
That's a lot of money.
Tons of money were stolen.
That's
Now,
that stinks. That's like dirty cop stink, like stinky stink.
even people that are probably drug dealers. There was one case where someone's house was raided, and he had a lot of cash, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the cops raided it. They took the cash, and they didn't turn it in. They just stole it. Those cops got fired, but they never got prosecuted. So that was it.
So this forfeiture of cash thing, it's not just on the move. It's like houses as well and everything like that, business premises.
I'm not a complete expert on it, it seems to
Well,
happen mostly in transit.
yeah, the problems seem to be in transit, don't they? Because in the
Yeah.
UK, to be fair, we don't. We have something like that, which I can't remember what it's called now, but it's basically proceeds of crime, and they can confiscate proceeds of crime, which is like the same sort of thing as you. But we don't have like these horror stories of like
Right.
someone buying a £5 grand car, like the other side of the country getting it fucking dopped off him.
One
Um,
reason one reason is that you don't have local and state police departments. You have a national police system. So there's one policy that's true for the entire police force. In the US, you know,
yeah.
the California state police might have one policy, the
Mm.
Nevada state police a different one, the local jurisdiction might have a policy. So, you
Yeah,
know,
so we have different constabularies, like, but it's under it's under one law for the
right,
UK.
right.
Yeah, which is basically what you said.
So
Yeah.
that's an advantage you have.
They definitely take cars and money and like watches and anything else they can out of like a lot of the the drug dealers around the country and all that. But like I said, never on the move. Never heard of it like that. Like,
You know, a lot of people don't understand how civil forfeiture could even be constitutional. It's the government seizing
yeah, without
your
due process.
money without due process. What could be a more significant violation of, say, the Fourth Amendment,
Yeah.
or the Fifth Amendment, than someone stealing all your
It's
the cops, you know, stealing all your money when you're going to buy some
it's both
tractor.
it's both amendments, isn't it? It's the fourth and the fifth. Yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah. The fourth is more about search and
Yeah.
seizure, and the fifth is about lawful
Liberty.
process and so on. But yeah, I mean, but we can't get that law changed. People who are opposed to civil forfeiture can't get Congress to repeal it. I think they should not only repeal it, they should pass a law making it illegal,
You're
a
probably gonna
violation
wait till
of
you have a libertarian
federal law.
president.
But
It really is wild if you think about it. Like,
yeah.
if you don't have probable cause, you have to get a warrant. So somehow these guys don't have probable cause, don't have a warrant, and they can still take your shit. It's
Yeah,
Well, they
yeah,
always they
Go on.
always have at least reasonable suspicion to stop the traveler. This happens a lot at airports when customs agents have rights to search your luggage
sure.
that don't require a warrant.
But
Um,
yeah, they could pull you over for a broken tail light and
Exactly.
then take $100,000 off.
Exactly.
You. Two things are not connected at all.
No, they're not.
And you're not engaging in a crime.
No, it takes the thinnest of pretext to be able to take the goods.
There's a difference between getting arrested and then they search your home and then they take expensive belongings, don't they? You know, that's one thing. When they pull you over on the side of the road and you've got 5-10 grand worth of cash, and basically that's their mere suspicion. It's fucking horrific.
Mm-hmm. Truly.
Yeah, it is.
And they treated all these people like total cunts as well. Like, you know, this is why Drone Tech feels the way he does sometimes, because I know you have a go at him the way but I'm not saying all police are like that, but the ones you see in these videos are the worst. And the ones that ain't treating them like shit just turn a blind eye, which makes them shit. Because they just turn a blind eye to abuses or of physical or mental and verbal. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's I mean, you expect the cops to protect and serve. Sometimes that means they're going to have to stop other cops from violating that oath. So, and that's uncomfortable for cops. So they just keep silent. If they, even those that don't agree with what's going on will keep silent.
You barely even
thereby-
see it in Hollywood.
At last chance, when it comes to civil forfeiture, it's protect and self-serve. Is
It
what
is.
Comes down to.
And I don't blame individual cops for this. These are department-wide policies that these cops are implementing. They're it's never up to an individual cop whether he takes the cash he finds or not.
It's not my fault I'm stealing from you. It's the
It's my chief.
Yeah.
And it's like, why would they want to nick? Why would four coppers, all of a sudden the one turns up and then all of a sudden the four turn up? Why would they conspire to take 5, 10 grand off someone that's clearly not a wrong one or a bad one in any way?
Yeah, because they
Because they
there's
can't.
They get the
because
money.
they can. There's a chance. Here's what tends to happen, believe it or not. The drug dealers don't raise a peep. So they get to keep that money. And innocent people fight like mad to get it back. But they have to go to court. It's a painful process. So the goal is just take everybody's money. It's a lot like, throwing someone who's accused of a witch, throwing them in the ocean, and if you float, you're guilty. So they drag you back in and execute you, and if you sink, you were innocent. Too bad you died, but you get to go to heaven. So
we expect better because they're not estate agents. Example, they're police officers or LEOs or whatever.
I know, but the law makes that a profitable and rational thing to do if you're not concerned with civil liberties.
Yeah,
and so those laws have to change.
Witches are all the rage now, so they don't have to worry about being drowned.
Right. What do you mean, witch? I'm part of a Wiccan community, and I'm a,
don't throw your eyeballs at me, bro. I'm just.
I'm a marginalized group member.
All right. Well, next time you're having a Haven orgy, you don't think of me.
So anyway, Based, I did want to ask you. I've heard there was a lot of pushback, on the digital ID there, but what do you think is the real percentages of people who are against it? Because a lot of the silent majority tends to support anything the government puts out.
So the problem we've got, and I listen to some like NPC channels like NBC and Talk and all that, Talk Radio. I've been clocking these, and a lot of normies just thinking it's like a good idea, which is obviously quite disappointing. But just to give you the heads up, it took us a very long time to get 1 million people to sign up for a public inquiry for gang grooming in the UK. The petition, we have a Parliament petition. If you have over 100,000, something's done, and over 1 million, it's mentioned in the House. Now,
is that the highest line?
Yeah. So currently, the grooming one took months to get there, and guess what? This is taking days. It's at 2 million at the moment. 2 million.
Do you truly believe that the signatures will make a difference?
Well, it proves one thing, which is the only thing it does prove. It proves that there's a lot of people. I think it's one of the biggest signups ever against.
But what's funny to me is like these people are like, we don't want digital ID. We're going to go and sign this digitally.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the irony, but there's not much you can do about it, is there?
Yeah, right.
I mean, in a sense, that is the problem, is that digital is so convenient, so efficient, that it seems irresistible.
But I mean, it is technology, how it's integrated into all of our daily lives. It's almost like the power that be is just asking for permission to take the next step. When I really don't think that it's a matter of asking, they're just going to do it. So if they actually walk this back in Britain, I'm going to be very surprised. I don't care how many signatures you get.
Highly surprised too, but I'm hopeful.
Well,
can we describe specifically what this thing is?
Yeah.
Is it a physical? Is it a physical device?
Well, it's a physical card that has like a scan on it, and when scanned, it holds a huge amount of information on you. Or can hold.
Are you sure about that, Welshman? I thought it was a smartphone application.
It might be digital rather than physical digital, so I'm not 100% on that. But it can hold huge amounts of information.
Driver's licenses have some sort of I don't know if it's a barcode per se, but
Yeah,
when
but
you
it's not
buy, when you
it won't be centralized. So like things like a national insurance number that you've got to provide normally.
no.
Yeah, so basically it'll be on one database. All this will be on one database, but it can obviously hold so much more stuff, like stuff like political stuff, how you voted, um, maybe your medical records, so many different things.
Plastic African.
Yeah,
So-
right. Like here, it's going to link to your felony convictions, your driving record, things that would apply to buying a firearm or a police officer needing to get information during a traffic stop. Like it doesn't go any further than that as far as I know. But yours is containing literally like all of the information about you that
They
that's
hold
pretty,
everything that
Biscuit.
everything they can hold on you basically now, and the technology is there to go down the social credit. Like I said with the ULEZ cameras, that they're already updating all those cameras with paper mile technology cameras in there. So literally, why would you spend and upgrade your camera system to go pay per mile if that's not the end result?
so would it have a little thing about you're a Welsh patriot, would it
Well,
have reference to your social media, to your
yes. So
wow, Jesus.
so for example, this is already available technically with cars now. Say for example, if you're politically exposed, it became very famous from Farage when he got debanked. Now, if you're politically exposed, in the future, the car could pick up via your mobile phone, for example, or that you've got that politically exposed person in the car. The car could actually literally be told to stop. Technology's already there for it now, and tell you to offload this person because the governments don't want this person going to this protest, for example.
Damn.
It could control how much diesel you buy for your car because to buy something like diesel would have to be connected
Sure.
to that. So
It will control how many times you can fly, carbon credits, all of that sort of horse shit.
Yeah.
Oh
Everything.
my God. What a fucking nightmare, dude. Yikes. Damn.
As usual, we won't realize what a mistake it was until it's too late, and then we'll say, "Yeah, I wish I hadn't have used my credit card and my Apple Pay back in 2025. It was really just a convenience, and now it turns out I was building myself a digital prison all along."
You see that now. Then you see that Last Dance now, yeah.
If
It's how it is with everything.
If it's
Yeah.
true that civilians are the ones that are allowing things to happen, then I can understand with what you're saying. But if we're a part or not a part of something and it's going to happen anyway, we're just choosing to be a part of it or not.
The thing is, I think it's 95% or 97. It sounds too high, but 97 because that's the number in my brain. Just sounds too high. Transactions are made on digitally now via
Thanks, BAFTA.
it's not-
You know
it's
what
not-
I'm
not-
talking about.
Not physical cash.
Right.
So I mean, let's be honest
And
about it.
that's in where you live, or is that a world standard?
Yeah,
or-
that's not that. Yeah, I think that's definitely the UK as I hear it. It's not like a local thing. So
Mhm.
I mean, the vast majority of dishes. So when you go to the market and stuff, I see in the bakery it says cash is king. It's a sign. They want cash.
What
Yeah.
is Biscuit saying? It doesn't have anything to do with immigration. He's agreeing that immigration is a justification.
Well, yeah, it's the
Sounds
excuse
like-
Labour are given, but it's got nothing to do with that. It's just to do with
Okay.
control.
Yeah, I mean, a
This is-
lot of places you'll notice, it used to be this way. They would know what the sub would cost and without ringing anything up and just you give them cash. They give you change or sandwich or whatever it was. A lot of lunch places used to be like this, at least. And they're never entering any transaction for the purpose of taking the cash themselves 100%, obviously cash is the only way to get around, point of sale
But they've introduced
taxes.
they've introduced a tax to everyone who spends money now, because if you pay by that, the shopkeeper gets charged a
That's
percentage.
crazy. It's on par with a credit card now.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
so
saying
basically-
they charge extra to pay with cash?
no, they charge extra to pay with card.
Oh, okay.
So-
Sorry. I thought you said the
That's normal. I mean, here every gas station has two prices,
So-
one for cash and one for credit.
Oh,
you know?
right, yeah, but so that means every transaction is
Evening all.
basically as a tax, isn't it?
Hey, Lee, how you doing?
Hi, Lee.
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
I never
just-
had a problem with that because the fucking stores have to pay 2 or 3% to the credit card company, so I don't mind that cost. Or at least if the store says, whatever extra surcharge for purchases under $10 using a credit card. Because in the end, their profit is so small. By the time they have to pay the credit card off, they're not making a nickel. So
That's why, like bakeries and stuff, they want cash. They don't want, because when someone pays a bagel for fucking £2 or something, or
Right.
a quid, that it means nothing if they pay by card and you just stick your phone to it. But to them, it's like, fuck me, that cost me, an extra 2% or whatever, which is straight out of their pocket.
right, but the problem is, after a month, that's 1,000 bagels. There's like a $2,000 bill they got to pay to Visa. Like it catches up with them, or maybe.
I mean, if
it's-
if each transaction was 200 quid, it's not so bad. But when it's £2,
Yeah, right. Exactly. Hey, you can run it. Let in whoever you want, man.
Okay, that's everybody. Hey, Plastic African, how you doing?
Hey, what they're saying is they're going to aspect everything that you can quantify in your life. So, when you can go to the NHS, when you can go to your doctors, how you can spend your money to buy everything. That's the whole ID card. It's a Blairite thing from the 90s.
Yeah.
You guys get that? And this is like what China does. And the
Right.
West is going to inhibit this. It's coming. No matter what we think we're doing, it's coming.
So they were
Well,
enacting the
this-
concept in the 90s, and now they have the
Oh,
technology.
yeah. The sort of, I mean, this is the strangest thing, isn't it?
yeah,
I
Tony
want-
Tony Blair, when he was in government, tried it in the 90s. So
Yeah,
he
yeah,
said he
but-
wanted, and now he wants it again. He's already he's the biggest talking head for it now, even now.
Was
Well,
Blair in the
Base,
same time
do
as
you
Bush
remember? Do you remember Base? They kind of did like a bit of a test during the COVID time, didn't they? They had a COVID digital ID, which was so you could say you'd had your jab and just. I mean, a lot of people are
I
saying
don't think
was
we
like
had
a
that
bit
in
of a-
America.
It was a bit.
No,
of a,
yeah.
It was kind of a test situation. To see
Paper
how it
card.
worked.
Paper, right?
Yeah,
Stupidest
It's
thing
so,
ever.
it's so funny, a paper card. I remember that. It's so funny.
When
So stupid.
I remember when we were sort of planting the idea of mining Bitcoin, yeah, and later on I started thinking, how the hell was this a thing? When lots of my friends made lots of money out of this, okay, the mining aspect, also the buying, and also still today it's still happening, right? Yeah, you know that.
Yep.
I don't know.
Oh, well, come on.
Yeah, buying, selling crypto. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can still
it's
make money
crypto
out of it.
thing, yeah. And so still today, I like look at it and I think, okay, shit, this is still happening. And how it's happening is because of Intel, what is it, Nvidia, AMD, all these companies that were actually globally coming together and making us lot idiots, thinking we're going to make money out of it, globally. And it's like a Ponzi scheme on a Ponzi scheme. But those numbers they've done are sort of principles of how they can manage and again find a quantum machine to understand. The quantum machine can be understood by these variables. It's a like a thing of the future that we're living under or within what the old people of
Well, the word I think the word that a lot of people use for that is technocratic, technocracy. So a world governing that's controlled by technology.
Yeah, but it's also almost like a sort of a dystopian ideal that's going on within us, because it is what makes us as the Western Foundation great. What it is that we have, is it libertarianism? But that's not, liberals are fucking us all over, right?
I would say freedoms is what gives us
Yeah,
strength.
but what is that ideal of a freedom of a free man? To his again, America's great for that, right?
Well, there's a difference between a free man and a Freemason.
French guy?
Something like that. Freedom as long as you bow the knee.
Well, we certainly have what we have as freedoms. Don't let them take any of it away.
Yeah, that's why the Second Amendment means so much.
We're running echoes.
now because we have a government that's telling us, "Oh no, this is by force. This will happen."
Does anybody still have YouTube open in the background?
Oh, hopefully.
All right, I'm going to mute people and see if that.
I think
That's
it's
Welshman.
gone.
So it's not him.
Okay, check. Microphone check. Check.
Let me mute myself.
Did you try Lee?
Hello.
I think I know who it is.
Checkity check. Me? That doesn't seem possible.
It's Lee.
Is it
Okay.
me?
I mean,
Right, do I
I was trying
Unless-
to throw Steven under the bus, man.
it could happen if I held my headphone right up to the thing like this.
Not a good look, though.
Lee, if you have a setting for echo cancellation,
I don't have echo, do I? Hello,
I'll
hello.
fix him. He's got it already set like that. Let's kill the
Shall I come
background
back
noise.
No, it sounds like it's right. I
Sounds
mean, it's very faint.
better. Not gone, but it's better.
Oh my god. Somebody keeps. I'm going to reduce background noise and leave it like that
Okay.
for him.
Microphone check a 1 2.
That's better.
1 2 1 2, Roger.
I have a question. Something that's happening, or is becoming very popular again in the last week, is the aspect of Palestine as a state. You have like all those people that walked out on Netanyahu at the UN meeting. You know, all that theater and crap and whatever. What is the driving force of the Palestine state being so important now? Like, is there an
Well,
event?
let's just rewind a minute. What you thought his speech was pantomime?
I think the UN is theater, not his speech. in particular.
Right. Okay.
Nice. I like it. The UN is like America's Vatican.
Sort of,
Yeah. I thought his speech was. Yeah, there's the echo again. I thought his speech was funny when he did the part where. Did anyone hear when he said, "Who chants death to America?" Then he named off 4 Muslim majority countries, and then the 5th was all of the above. And each time he did it, it was all of the above, and he's making the point. They like the people here who are trying a kind of similar thing when you saw like some of the rainbow people saying, they wanted free Palestine. Palestine would like kill them.
Queers for Palestine.
Right. They want to see us dead as Americans. Like there was a rally in Boston here, and some Palestinian kids all had their phones out, and they're not kids, teenagers, and they're showing pictures of all the dead and raped people from October 7th, and they're all proud of it. Like Who wants to fucking, fuck
Well,
them people?
either they're proud of it or it didn't happen. Those are the two.
Yeah,
Those are
what
the
you
two
should do,
responses.
what you should do is go on your phone and make some pager noises or something. So when you walk past them, make the noises.
Right.
But
Um,
so my understanding is that Netanyahu basically said there's not going to be a Palestinian state. That happened about a week ago, roughly. I'm guessing that's the blow up point where everyone.
Yeah,
can
absolutely,
make it,
absolutely.
make
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
make it.
He said, yeah, it's done. Yeah, it's already fixed in notion. It's done.
What does it
Palestine
mean?
is
What
no
does it
longer-
mean though to them if the whole world is like, no, you got to do it, and they're just like, no, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, go fuck exactly that. That's why there's an authority that's coming over to. I think this is like all play. It's gonna happen.
Well, it's all symbolic now, anyways. There is no Palestinian government.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
That's-
Exactly. What is Palestine, bro? Palestine is like an ancient land that isn't today. The people of Palestine ain't Palestinians. They're a fucking half-caste group of fucking many tribes that came in that land.
Well,
Yeah.
Jordan is
Well,
Palestinian.
I wouldn't totally agree with that. I thought the most interesting part of his
What's that, Lee?
I think the most interesting part of his speech, which is very true, is where Western leaders will condemn him in public, and he says, I'm going to let you know a secret that behind the scenes they're actually thanking me. I don't think the world, with the Western world in particular, until you really look into it, realizes how much work Israel does protecting the West. They are right in it. They're there. They're their eyes and the ears, and Mossad and everybody else help protect the West from horrific terrorist attacks. People that just blatantly want to get out and kill us. So for all the people that may well want to criticize Israel, I just don't believe they know the full picture. They really don't.
But Lee, you say that, and there's a problem, I believe, with a nuclear submarine in the Mediterranean, right?
What problem?
Well, there's a nuclear submarine in the Mediterranean with a problem, I believe.
What problem?
Russia. It's not a good
I've not
thing.
heard this.
it's got a big problem.
What's the fucking problem? Is it?
Yeah.
Wayne, come on.
Leaking?
The problem. I believe it's it's got to dump something. There's a problem with the fucking nuclear reactor. The way the fucking filter's working with it, I don't know. Nobody knows. They ain't gonna tell us. Apparently, this is happening. They've at least warned fucking Europe.
Where's this
I'm
come from?
confused. Where is this submarine?
Somewhere between, I believe, in the Mediterranean, in the Straits. Which is Straits.
Right. So you know about it, and yet no major media station throughout Europe is telling all the countries in Europe that there could be a big problem with a nuclear sub that might explode.
Yeah,
But you kind of know about it, no one else does. That's weird.
It's interesting information. I'd love to know which nations it is and all where you saw that and all that. I have not caught wind of that one.
Yeah, it could be fake news, but hey, nevertheless,
I mean-
it's good news.
Yeah.
I know that just recently the U.S. flew a bunch of tanker planes overseas, which I found to be interesting. Certain logistical aspect to that for support of
Okay.
something large scale.
Okay, this is breaking news from 9 hours ago. Fears of disastrous Russian nuclear submarine reports major malfunction 9 hours ago. That was in
There
the
you go.
London Evening. It's in the Daily Mail from 9 hours ago. Economic
Okay.
Times.
Hello. So I did say, yeah,
So it's a cup of tea says it's a diesel
as we know, yeah.
submarine.
Well, they're saying nuclear here, so
Well, it could be a diesel submarine with nuclear weapons.
yeah.
Man, that must have a lot of diesel in there. Shit.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
have to fucking flush it. That's what they say. There's a problem there. They have to flush it out, don't they? Fuck.
Well, that's Russia, so They have their own
What the
standards.
fuck they're doing in fucking, canal waters, if you will.
Well,
Yeah.
What did you think of the president's speech at the UN?
Oh, geez. Which one? He
Trump.
um
Uh,
pretty obnoxious, and also like what the fuck?
I didn't hear it, but that
That was
applies to all Trump's speeches. So
I did
yeah,
not.
I
hear it.
like that. I like that. I like that. I like what you just said there. All Trump speeches are pretty
I thought-
obnoxious. Love it.
hey, Aphid Lip, how you doing? You look like you got ants in your pants.
I do. I need some help over here.
Hey, Fid.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Good to see you guys.
Thanks for showing up at record early time.
Yeah, is it because I was actually around when you started, and I was like, I saw RW was there, and I was like, well, RW can keep him company for a bit, you know.
I tried my best,
Absolutely.
buddy.
But nope, there is no Aphid Lip but Aphid Lip.
No, that's true.
Hey, did you
As
guys
far
know,
as my
like,
Google searches go, I'm the only one.
real quick information, if you click on settings and go down to visual effects, there's a new setting to touch up your face.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, making it less ugly.
Yes, and it works. It took some of the blotchiness out of mine. Not that you
Don't-
can see it in the
Don't
small,
freeze the stream.
but
You're so pretty. I'm so pretty.
Enhance-
Mugsty,
Enhanced
it looks,
skin appearance. Let's try that.
it looks like you have like, I know it's not. I can figure out what I'm looking at, but
Yeah, it's kind of
when
weird.
when he first came on, because I was around when he first came on, and I was like, man, those look like sheets you would, put up behind you when you're getting ready to murder somebody, and
Right.
collect the blood and DNA that's splattered.
it's
everywhere.
cloth. It's not plastic. It's like super
Well, I
thin
know.
fabric.
I guess we're
comforting.
seeing lights in the back that are showing through.
Yeah, that's the
So it
deck
gives
out
it
there.
like, at first glance, it almost looks like it's like a shower curtain, clear
Did you
shower
ever-
curtain.
Did you ever see the show Dexter?
Yeah,
Yes.
That's what it looks like. You
The Dexter room here, yeah.
got the shower curtain to keep the blood
Yeah,
in
dude.
one place.
Interesting.
breaking news here: Trump has just announced that all American women who not cook home cooked meals and not tidy their house.
Oh, I always forget, don't I?
I don't know. Was that a joke? I'm not
That's-
sure what.
Well, basically, he said that he should wait for the husbands to do it, and the women should chill out and rest. Well, you know what's happening.
There's gonna be a
next,
lot of
isn't
shitty meals coming on the menu, boys.
it? Well, they're all going to cook meals and clean the house like they started taking that paracetamol tablet they took not long ago.
Wow, it's I see dust bunnies in the future.
Is this a tweet that you're reading?
No, it's just me.
All right,
mean-
it was a joke. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, he told them not to take. Basically, it's a paracetamol in it. But we call it a paracetamol. You call it something else.
Tylenol.
The
Tylenol.
name brand is Tylenol, or you could just
Yeah.
buy any generic brand of acetaminophen, which is
Yeah.
the active ingredient.
Yeah, but all these white liberal women were shoveling fucking these tablets down their throats. It's like fucking hell.
Yeah, that was foolish. But, back in 2017, Tylenol came out and said something along the lines of, we recommend that pregnant women don't take any of our
Yeah.
products.
Yeah.
But
I'm
then,
not gonna tell
you know,
you why, but don't do it.
Nothing.
after the fact, they came out and clarified that,
Yeah.
Again,
They-
don't take it if you're pregnant.
well, after
And they-
the fact,
And,
they came out
they
and
shovel them
clarified.
again. Yeah, but
They did somewhat change their tune to you can take it sparingly for like fever. But let's not forget that ibuprofen and aspirin you cannot take when you're pregnant.
well, why
so-
would you?
Well, we're talking, fevers can damage the fetus. So you have to control like the body temperature somehow. But I agree, like 100-degree fever isn't going
Think
to
of the-
probably
think of the-
harm
think-
anybody.
Think of the after morning pill, that really nice thing that they prescribe to all women in the UK. I don't know if they did it in America. after morning pill, it was like this miracle thing.
That's
Um,
that's to stop a 21-year fever. It's different.
No, not an after morning pill. A morning sickness pill they gave the pregnant women. As it turns out,
Okay.
it gave them Downs. See, that's where
Jesus.
Down syndrome comes from, and that's the reason why Down syndrome. There's not many Down syndrome kids now. They don't get born now because they stopped taking that fucking drug, that morning sickness drug.
But
And
of
now
course,
I
there
have
are
not heard
still
that.
Downs though, because it is a
Oh,
genetic.
sorry, it's flidimides. Flidimides. I knew I was saying it wrong. You know flidimides?
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
thalidomide,
Not
yeah.
familiar.
Yeah, the Limrod
Yeah.
was for a
y-
woman that were having what was it? Morning sickness.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was flidimides. So basically, that disease has now disappeared because they took the drug away. And this was
It's not a
this
disease.
is
It was never a disease. It was
well, it's not a disease. It's a
Genetic
symptom
defect.
of yeah, it's the fact of that drug. But my point I'm saying is that the doctors prescribed it to pregnant women, this particular drug, because it was like a wonder drug. It turns out it was fucking. In some cases, it was they destroyed their hands. They ended up like being
They
like
were born with flippers instead of limbs.
yeah.
What
Yeah.
Some
what is the U.S. equivalent? I'm not familiar with it.
it was thalidomide.
Oh,
Oh, it
okay,
was the same. It was the same in America, was it?
okay.
Yeah.
So
I
that was
suppose,
your
yeah, it went
generation, my
international,
family.
yeah.
There was another similar drug back then called DES. I don't know what it stands for, but it also had
Down
some
syndrome
horrible-
enhancing serum.
I mean, to be
I
honest,
don't
with
think
you,
that was it.
I would
Shooting
struggle
weapons, that's
to
not fair.
trust them. Trust, if my missus was pregnant or something, I find it hard to trust them now. I'm really careful and cautious. Through the whole
I mean,
pregnancy, innit?
any
Just-
pharmaceutical drug whatsoever at any moment for any person is going to have side effects. That's just simply how
Yeah.
that works.
Yeah, but obviously it's different when you're carrying in a human.
Right.
So
I do think that
this is why
our society is
breaks-
very used to a quick fix. Like if you have a runny nose or whatever, you don't want to feel any of the downside of an illness. So you're just going to drug yourself so that you ride it out. If people are willing to back off from that and be slightly uncomfortable for a while, or even mildly uncomfortable,
Yeah.
and it benefits society to that degree, well, sweet. But
Well, can you imagine like the risk of maybe having your kid having autism because they took that that paracetamol type drug?
I mean, I would love to see data come out. I'm more frustrated that Trump even spoke during that release.
Well, he was referring to data. The data's all out.
I understand that, but
it's
if the other guy spoke, would have been okay. He sounded like an idiot.
Yeah.
don't pretend that the link is all that strong. It's not. It's very iffy.
Yeah,
It's
but
just a
you
matter
do.
of if we're not good at something, don't force ourselves into it.
I know this is not a open and shut case, but you do realize that you have more injections in like the first 2 years of life. I think it's like 40 in America or 45. We're about 30, 35. Right?
Really?
See,
What?
it,
Really?
well, have a look. Google it now for me.
I only had like 2 or 3, bro.
So how many?
Yeah.
Well, that's because most of you, the 2 or 3 you had was when you can remember. You can't remember under 2, can you? So find out how many jabs you have in America before 2.
No, when
No,
I
I
got
don't
to the
think it's
military, I
40.
had like another 12 or something, but yeah.
But
I think it's
my
in the
point,
30 for this total schedule. I can't remember.
yeah. Well, the UK was under America, put it that way, by about 5%. So I think the UK was about 30, 35. I think you were on the 45.
Are you blaming Trump, Biscuit?
The point I'm making is that your autism rates and problems that they affirm to it's much higher in America and westernized countries than non-westernized countries. And I know you can say, oh, there's not the medical. Then you've got the Amish community, and it's not black and white. It's fucking pretty off-white, and the autism rates in these communities are much lower, and they have much lower uptakes on all these chaps.
Eastwind, that's a smallpox vaccine. I got one too, but I'll bet RW doesn't have one.
No, but
Ha ha.
I'd have to dox myself to give out information. But I do not have one.
Did you know that? Are you gonna? It looks like a circuit board plastic. Are you gonna use it like an axe?
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to make it into an act. It would, no, it'd be great, bro. Seriously, yeah. It's a good circuit board, man. I swear. I took out the main chips from them,
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it's brilliant. It's a good board, actually. But it's
Wood.
going to go into a really good piece of wood. I'm going to find, I reckon, driftwood and then like mill it. Nice. Put it in there. Try and make an artwork from it and sell it.
You're like Wally, bro.
Yeah, you got to do it, man.
Dane, welcome to the party.
And Don, Dane and Don, D&D. What up?
Hey, Don. I missed that entry.
Hey, you can do this flatland.
Dane asking, why does he think it has anything to do with vaccines? I'm assuming she means Trump. It's a very common thought. And prior to the year 2000, for a period of time, there were some vaccines that did contain mercury. And that was problematic because we all know mercury is poison. So
I think that they contain like chimpanzee DNA and fetus tissue and all sorts of weird shit. If you look into it.
Dane's basically asking, what do the Amish do or not do that gives them a better or a healthier outcome with lower autism? It's not just vaccines. I think you should be more direct, Dane.
Diets. He's maybe talking about diets and plastic in diets and stuff like that, which could well be the case. But isn't it something?
Amish
Isn't it something?
Smoke?
It's also electricity with electromagnets and all that.
Yeah, but isn't that something that should be investigated?
Do the Amish even get tested?
Well, they've all voted for Trump.
I guess you'd have to go on case by case.
They voted for Trump en masse because
Trump's got the Amish vote. There you go.
Yeah, the Biden, and it was a big thing in Pennsylvania. Are there a big population in Pennsylvania? Is it?
Yeah, that's the main population.
Sorry.
Hey, Biscuit.
The main population is in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so basically, the Biden administration hammered them on their farm shops and stuff. Got their farm shops shut down and stuff.
Yeah, the regulation for raw milk and stuff like that, I think, was really
Dane has a good point. They live their culture and their lifestyle is different in almost every way.
So it would be good to investigate in such a way, very seriously, to see if there's any answers that would improve the wider community. Whether it's plastic, whether it's fresh air, whether it's food.
But also,
why do we assume that the Amish are healthier than everybody else?
Oh well, they
just for the autism level. But in response to Dane's comment, like I wouldn't say personally that I'm assuming it's just vaccines. My curiosity is studying out vaccines and putting it on the table. I think we should study out more aspects like electromagnetic frequencies and stuff like that. Things that other people might think is retarded, but it's worth knowing what effect that truly has.
I don't think the controlling bodies want us to know. I mean, when people say, are they a healthier community? Well, on paper it seems to be, and every time I see them work, it's so impressive.
They're taking up a lot of the work that illegals have been removed from in Pennsylvania. I remember reading an article about that for building contracts.
So I was told, like even 2 months ago, they were still at those flooded areas that got flooded out, rebuilding the community and trying and for free.
I don't know about for free.
Well, it might not be. They maybe cost, but I don't think they're they're charging for their time.
Right. I think they're doing a very good deed. They were the people that went in and built bridges so that other people could even start doing their services as well. And now they're building tiny homes and other projects. So they're definitely doing the Lord's work.
And who's that group? The government group? Is it not DAFT? What's it called?
FEMA.
FEMA. It would have been a big fucking issue with them. and it had taken weeks and months to even think about it. And these fuckers, they just look at it and they go, right, well, we need to do this, that, and that. And they'll get a bare shell up in 48 hours. Well, sorry, I've seen them build barns in 24 hours. So they'll have it done in a
I
fucking
came to
morning.
say that the Amish don't necessarily even go get the children checked. So how would they know that they've got autism or not?
Well,
It would be a present part of the society.
if it's not a problem, say for example, say they're not, you know,
Yeah,
they
but
haven't-
that doesn't discount the fact that Amish people don't have autism.
If people start to look into it, Biscuit Vapes, and find that numbers are true, then you'll be able to stand on that.
They probably drown their autistic kids.
well, if you think about it, obviously there's levels of autism, but obviously it's like the violent side of it, not the Elon Musk side of it, you know, the more crazy side of it. It'll become
Yeah.
quite blaringly obvious, and if you look at the rates, they're not zero, but they're so highly reduced to the American
You can't
population.
say that because there's no studies on Amish people.
No, I'm saying let's look into
There
it.
has
You can
been
look into
studies.
it.
There has been studies.
No,
Well,
the
this-
Amish wouldn't let people study them.
There has been studies, but they're not big studies. They're not huge
I mean,
governments.
Based is saying, study the Amish.
They
No.
won't let them.
Yeah,
though.
but why
They won't
is
be
it
allowed
okay?
to.
They won't let them.
Yeah,
They
Jim?
have a life to live. They don't want to be.
well, because there's no science to support what Trump said, he shouldn't be using them as a
Did he make
statistic.
it? Did he make it up, or was he quoting medical studies?
He
I
made
think-
it up because there's
I
no.
think-
No,
studies
there are studies. There are quotable studies.
There we go.
from
Okay.
the Amish.
So he didn't
Yes,
make it up.
yes.
You want to Google that? See,
Oh,
this is the CNN talking point he's been listening to.
Now,
I'm
the
not-
thing is, some
no,
studies have shown with some groups that it's true what some said, and some groups it is not, because they have a fairly small genetic gene pool. So
Good point.
if their gene pool is free of, in one particular area, is free of a particular disease that might be passed genetically, then you might do a study and say, wow, these people, there's none of this disease here.
Look at
Well,
the
that's-
bottom of the bottle statement, though, towards what you're saying. Due to cultural factors, it can be as low as 1 in 15,000. So that study is basically stating
John.
cultural factors are a part of the issue of autism. Something within those factors is a cause. So let's
Yeah,
look
I
into
mean,
it more.
I think
I'd rather put tax money towards understanding what it is, because if we're going to progress at the rate of what it is now, everybody's going to be autistic at birth.
what, and nobody will notice. It is amazing how little we know about autism. I find that surprising.
Maybe they don't want us to know. Like I said,
No, it's just
It's just they don't know yet. They need to study it more.
Why would society not want to know more about prevalent disease, though? Like, why
They
are we
do.
only our generation now
But
starting to understand anxiety?
It's willingness of people to enter studies and whatnot, isn't it?
I just feel like it's the balls got rolling very slowly.
here's
Well-
why I think, because when someone is born with autism, there's no treatment. So it's not like you can come up with a cure for autism, you know, a medical cure. So it doesn't have, I don't think the pharmaceutical industry is even on their radar.
I mean, a lot of autistic people have fulfilling lives, don't they? They lead quite full lives.
Yeah, but that
That's
doesn't
fair,
mean
but
there's
doesn't mean people want it.
huge
the more fulfilling their lives, the less likely there's going to be research into finding
That's what I was
causes
getting
and
at.
treatment.
They're not looking into it as much because it's not, say, Down syndrome. They actually have a massive impact on their lives, or Parkinson's or dementia and things
You
like that.
believe that it's getting worse, babe?
I think the other
Yeah,
problem
I get that one.
you've got with autism in particular is that you say Downs. So Downs, let's say it's one thing, and if you can treat it,
Downs
as you say,
is more
Biscuit.
of a physical impairment, though, as well.
That's
Isn't
not
it?
Yeah.
autism.
But autism affects children in so many different ways. What one person's child has got autism,
Yeah,
completely
huge spectrum.
different to another parent's got autism. So you can't create a tablet that's one that will cure, one tablet for everything, because
But look-
it branches off into so many different situations
Look at
for
cancer
each
in the
child.
same way.
So it's so hard to cure because of that very reason.
But look at cancer in the same way. In the beginning, cancer was just, you have cancer. Now, after decades of study, they have all these different categories to put it in, with studies in different categories that have the potential of helping those different categories at a higher rate. If we can put our efforts towards autism as well, then we're going to benefit
although
faster.
cancer
I
has
think
received
at
trillions
this
of dollars
stage,
in budget.
at this
Yes, it has.
stage, I think autism is more about how to deal with the impacts of autism. But I don't think there's any way of changing the brain chemistry
I think
to
it's
make them
That's
important.
right.
more normal.
I think it's important to separate the severe autism from the whole other autism that nobody used to call autism
Yeah,
25 years ago.
like savants that are super
Right,
super
right.
intelligent.
Neurodivergent or whatever.
Yeah,
But also, towards Vapes' point, like,
Well, the only thing I wanted to say was
sorry.
it appears, I'm sorry, just it'd be a quick point. My understanding is that if you do that, even severe autism has been increasing at a higher rate over the last 30, 40 years. So even when you do that, it still indicates there's a problem. So go on.
I mean, my
Debbie.
friend, her son is severely autistic. He is, I think he's 6 now, and he still can't talk. The only thing he does is very intent on having everything be in a certain order, and he cannot cope with outside stimulus.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, can we agree on this? Now, hear me out. So, jabs. Now, giving jabs to a human can cause side effects. There's red flags.
Of course, it can. Everything.
let me
you take
just
from your
point
body can.
that there's red flags when it comes to plastics as well, where people have raised concerns about plastics and it leaching into your foods or leaking into your foods or whatever. And foods with preservatives also. There's question marks there. So can we just agree that on those three? They can be in any order. It doesn't really matter. But there's red flags there that could be a reason why that
Well,
could be affecting
back
humans.
on my friend whose son's autistic, she has a severe aversion to any medical interventions at all. She wouldn't have any vaccines. Her son hasn't had any vaccines. She hasn't had any vaccines when she was younger, and yet he's still autistic. She won't even touch paracetamol
Yeah, but
or
so-
any drugs at all.
Let me
Yeah, but-
let me jump in
yeah,
here
but
real
she-
quick to
she
finish the
she
thought
wouldn't
out.
have known when she was having the jabs when she was under 2, would she?
But
She never had the COVID jabs either.
Well, she would have had jabs, wouldn't she? 'Cause she was
No,
like a
she didn't have
baby.
them.
Well, they have,
She
they have,
refused.
She refused.
they have a jab. They have a jab at day 1. They have multiple jabs on day 1.
No, she refused to have any jabs, any injections at all.
A 1-day-old baby cannot refuse.
No,
injection.
she explicitly refused to have any of the jabs.
Who did? The girl or the parents? What are you on about?
Even
My
if we don't,
friend had refused to let her son have any
You-
injections whatsoever.
even if the situation for people with autism isn't really curable, even though they're doing folate studies in that now and maybe may find a cure for that, it's worth studying into what causes it so that people in the future don't have to have it. Just like in the past, a lot of
agree.
people died from things like typhoid fever and stuff, or nutrition imbalances. We don't deal with that anymore because we understand that was killing people. So I think it's worth
I
studying
mean,
into and
I
spending the
believe
money to find out.
autism is just a genetic thing.
But it's possible that it's not. What's wrong with studying into it more?
There's nothing wrong with studying. What
I
is
mean-
wrong? What is wrong is blurting out things that you don't know are the facts.
Well, I will say that's what I was commenting on, is how little we know
Yeah,
about autism. We don't even know it appears that it occurs before birth, but we don't really know. It's just not. It's surprising how little is known about it.
They
Well, you
say
need
it's
to follow, you need to follow the science, and when science tells you something, then
Come
give
on,
the
come on,
information.
Nation. Tell us what we know.
I'm Biscuit. Obviously at the start of the conversation you said Trump was just making it up, and as it turns out,
No, I didn't say he's making it up. I'm saying he's
You did.
saying things before he's got all the facts.
Yeah,
he was referring to evidence that's just been released, so that's what he was referring.
there's no
to.
chance.
I know
that
it might have
Trump-
been. I know it might have been silly what he was saying, or the way he said it, or might have heard to be silly. But that's the quote you made. You made a quote. There was no medical backing to what he was saying, but there
I
is.
don't.
Well,
I don't give him any credit.
there's several studies that say there's a correlation, but there's no medical backing. That there's any
No causation. No causation.
Yeah,
just
there's
correlation.
correlation, but no causation.
Okay,
You know
okay,
what's an
I-
interesting
Correlation
thing?
is
I can agree with
the
that
only
too.
hint you get.
But you
beginning.
failed to mention that. You just said, "Oh, he was, talking crap about this."
Yeah,
and
but
that.
the way
He wasn't.
he said it as a matter of fact that it does cause autism.
Well, I
You know,
don't
like
know.
in the summer, people eat way more ice cream, a lot more ice cream, and there's also a lot more shark attacks.
Exactly.
Well,
I
obviously,
like-
ice cream.
I like the
Consumption
photograph of the
causes
seagull
shark-
on the railing with the bent railing. That is a perfect example.
So that is what Steve's bringing up is a very common problem in any study. That is these confounding factors they're very, very hard to untangle, and only the best studies can even try to do that. So early studies can just be a hint, and later studies can be better and do a better job.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's this promising thing that's coming around right now. It's called leucovorin, which is some form of vitamin B that they had previously given to people who are getting chemotherapy because all of your basically things get drained from the chemo, and they found with autism this has had some promising effects. So
I think that's B6, also known as folate.
there you go. Yeah. Folate, folic acid, that sort of thing.
And
Yeah.
the doctor that's behind those studies has been doing this for decades, and he's just starting to be heard. At the moment.
Well, they've been recommending folic acid and folates for pregnant women for decades now.
Yeah, I remember
think
that
the
from
correlation is going to
16 years ago when my wife was pregnant. Yeah.
When my kids were born, they're 35. The doctors, insisted that they even prescribed a pregnancy vitamin that had extra acetaminophen, but also folates and etc. I'm joking about the acetaminophen. Thank you. Thank you.
I
It
was
was
reading chat.
decent
Sorry,
joke.
I missed the depth of the point.
Yeah.
John brings up a great point here regarding the whole thing. X-hamsters bite taller people more in the summer and bite more midgets in the winter.
Grammaticus has published many studies, so he is an expert.
And we are currently peer reviewing it, so it is a peer reviewed study.
It's Dr. Grammaticus for everybody here.
And did anybody catch what I said at the beginning of that?
No, I'm sorry.
X hamsters.
If you get the reference, then you're a pervert.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm 100% a pervert.
Yeah, you knew. Yeah. Everyone else in chat right now is like, oh, wow.
Here's what I'll say about
Don't
Trump.
read chat in
There's-
general. You'll be okay.
There's no way that Trump can ever say anything that will reflect the nuances and the difficulty of knowing things for sure. It's just not he's not going to be able to do it. RFK could, but I don't know that he would.
But it's not even meant to be them in the end. They're just figureheads. It's the people they're throwing at it to find out information. Now, if you don't trust that whole process, that's a whole different issue.
I didn't hear what Trump said, but my guess is it went something like blah 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 blah.
And then he
I'm
repeated
fixing
it.
this.
No, he just repeated. the
I'm
same-
making it better.
Only
He
I.
repeated the same
Only
Only I did it because it's always about him.
It's a very,
He's very
big,
much liked
big,
by
big,
the liberals
big
for
answer.
Project Warp Speed. I remember that part.
Yeah.
I want to see information. I know it's a pipe dream because I don't even trust the process. Like I think it's all bullshit, but I still want to see information.
I do too.
And like Incarnation, I appreciate that your view is that you don't think there's any correlation between vaccines, or I could add pharmaceutical products to the
There's no harm in
autism
testing, is there?
situation.
harm in
But
testing.
I want to see that information because they rigorously tested it and proved it instead of a pharmaceutical company did a test to show that their stuff was okay.
You know, I hate to say this, but it's not
the police
necessarily
investigating the police.
possible to show a negative correlation. It may not be possible. You have to know what happens biologically or biomedically, however you want to describe it. You have to know what's happening to cause autism or anything else. And then you could begin to understand why a particular environmental factor or drug factor can increase
Now
the risk of it.
here's the question: if they link it to a gene, and you could use gene editing to eradicate autism and any other disease, would it be ethical to make every baby not have any genetic disease in the future?
Well, I think it's up to the parents, but I don't see
Well, they can do that with
I don't
Downs
see an
people
ethics
now, don't
problem.
They do that with Downs people, don't they? They can tell that a child is Downs.
Well, then they
Quite short
report.
on.
That's why they do testing early on in pregnancy.
There's a measurement in the skull of the thickness in an area in the back of the skull. When they do ultrasounds and stuff, they can tell from certain measurements that there's markers for Downs in there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's
I don't know what it is.
some
but
might call
they
it
can tell.
eugenics at some level, but I don't know.
Well,
But what do they do if they find a Downs kid? Do they terminate the pregnancy or what?
No. They just tell the parents. They just tell the parents, and the parents make a decision.
Right.
In a lot of places, if it's legal, or if it was legal, many parents would have terminated it.
Right.
And now, obviously, laws have changed in certain areas where that would not be an option.
That's a good point, RW.
I mean, to be honest,
Well, another thing that's interesting though is that Based and Biscuit would already know about this, but from 2030 in the United Kingdom, every baby upon birth, DNA will be taken, and that I don't agree with, because what do you then do with that information? So the pros are that the health world will turn around and go, oh, there's a good chance you're going to suffer from this, so therefore we will check you for that once every.
Well, now see, that would be a problem. That wouldn't be a problem in the UK because you have national health care. The problem,
the problem with that is, though, if we're going to fast forward a few years, whether the National Health Service will still be in place, or at least might have to be paid for. But can you imagine then that information, if it gets in the wrong hands, is I wouldn't insure him. There's a good chance that he's going to get cancer at this age, so or make his premiums, his life insurance premiums, skyrocket, because there's a good chance we know what that he's going to die of, and we've got a good chance we know what is how old he's going to live to. I think that's where it becomes dangerous. Why do they want the baby's DNA? Every UK baby their DNA will be taken upon birth from 2030. And then you start linking everything together, don't you? Like ID cards and everything else. You start to join the dots. It becomes really scary.
Yeah, it's scary, but there are also huge benefits. For me personally, I don't know that I want to know all the threats that I'm facing. It's kind of, I don't know. I think it would ruin my quality of life. It would just be anxiety that'd be heaped on my shoulders that I don't need. Not unless I could do something about it.
Yeah, true.
What if somebody told you there's a 50% chance you're going to die in a car accident in the next 2 years? What are you going to do? You might just stay home and not even go to the store.
Your DNA is not going to be able to predict something like that. But I get your point.
I don't know.
Well, but just going on to another subject, but still kind of within the same subject. You talk
Get a
about
motorcycle.
Is that
yes,
do you find, irrespective of autism, any other mental health issue? I just, throughout my lifetime, especially the last, say, 10 years, there seems to be a massive increase that people seem to be suffering from everything. And within the youth, and I'm not putting them down, but it's almost like if you haven't got some mental health issue, it's like you're not trendy. It's weird. I just can't see why there's been a massive explosion and it goes off in all directions. You can think of 100 different mental health issues.
That's why trans exploded in the last 10 years, because they get so much attention from the teachers and authorities. It's like a thing, isn't it?
But is it the same in America? Is there been like an explosion of mental health problems for the youth and everybody else?
I think it's a product of people being diagnosed with things, and the diagnoses have been more recognised recently. Not that there's been more cases, but more cases have been recognised.
I don't know. I'm unsure.
I mean, to be honest with you, Biscuit, I class trans as a mental disorder. So
it is. I agree.
That's exploded in the last 10 years.
I'm not diagnosed, but I believe I've got ADHD a little bit. But I think everyone's got a little bit of
I'm not the full shit in, but I think I got autism or something. But you know, I haven't spent a day in prison. I spent a day.
I think everyone's a little bit autistic. They're a little on the spectrum, aren't they?
Yeah, I've done all right. I've done all right. I have my moments.
I mean, you could certainly argue that human beings didn't evolve to work in an office 8 hours a day. So, people who struggle with that, you could call that ADHD, but you know, it's possible that ADHD is the best way to survive prior to, you know,
right,
the year 1600.
They were the hunter-gatherer.
I was going to say, from about 1600, we were hunter-gatherers, weren't we? Basically, before the Industrial Revolution, that's what we were. So we've done that for thousands of years.
Well, basically, our parents, us older guys here, our parents were the first people that ever really had a childhood. You know, like prior to, you know, our grandparents and beyond it was hard living.
They were
they're described. They're described here as the baby boomers. They're also they've had they're the best generation that have lived in terms of
the silent generation as well. Pure labor.
Yeah. There was what we were given when we were raised in our formative years is something different. And now this gift of childhood, of formation of your life, your principles, now it's gone too far and people are all fucking full of anxiety and all these questions, you know, not diagnosable things, but like whoever was just saying that it seems like people have so many issues now.
Everything's changed, like workplace, family life, you know, from the 70s onwards.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it social media? Is it the computers? Like,
I think Steve, you raise a good point in that I think that the younger people, especially then when you go through the COVID period, but the younger people seem to have all this anxiety, and I put it down to the phones, because when you're looking at TikTok or an Instagram, all you're ever seeing is somebody, you know, smiling, what a great life I'm having, this, that, and the other. I'm sure when they turn it off, they're sat on their bed going, oh, I wish I had some fucking friends. But the image that's given out to the youth that it's a perfect world, everything's going to come to you, and unless you've got the right figure or you're not 6'2" tall as a bloke or whatever, just constantly gives them anxiety. It's even the same, and I'll finish Brisket and you can come in. It's even when you look at the news as well. I mean, when you sum up everything in the news, it's there just to cause you anxiety. It's all fucking doom and gloom. It's all war. It's all, you know, you're going to more taxes. How are you going to survive? This, that, and the other. You know, it would be great for all of us, even all of us on the panel. You know, turn off the news for a week. Don't watch it. I'm sure we'll all be back online on Saturday. We won't have died. The world won't be homeowner, and it'd be interesting to see what our own stress levels would be like. Do you know what I mean? It's just an interesting test to do.
Yeah, I mean, I use it at the in between times at work where I have 5 or 10 minutes to fuck off. You know, like I can use my phone, where other guys, I guess, would have had a newspaper, like
Yeah.
put your feet up on the the shop or whatever.
I
but-
think a lot of people have got too much free time and they've got too much time in their own heads, and it's just sending them batshit crazy.
I wouldn't totally
I
agree
think
with
there's
that.
many. I think it is. Can I make a point? Yeah. I think there's been many occasions in the last 100 years where certain things have changed. The dynamic in the house, where like in the 50s and like your parents and all, they have a house, a mortgage by the age of 21, and maybe 2 kids by the age of 21. Well, priorities are all different now. The women are generally out to work, careers, and like you said, with the social media and this clicking TikTok brain and all that, these are all stages that just go against the nuclear family. So that's why a lot of people are quite lost.
I think we're all fine. You guys are a bunch of pussies.
Thanks, David.
I'm thinking. I'm not thinking. The big picture, and I think that's quite reality.
I think you're right, Base. But I also think though that a lot of it is down to our own doing. In that we must have. I've got to have this. I've got to have that.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to have the latest thing. So both parents have to work, and to pay for all that stuff. I'm not sure whether maybe it does have a bit of an effect on children as well, as they call latchtalky kids. But if you cut your cloth and were not so influenced by having everything bloody material, then as you say, years ago, the man would go to work, the lady would stay at home and look after the kids and bring them up, which was just as important job as the man working to earn the money. So was it a better way of living? And I'm not worrying about that you've got the latest car.
I don't know if anyone else watches PewDiePie, but he's just released a new video of basically getting rid of everything that he doesn't need. Like his 4 pairs of headphones, he's got just 1 pair now, and his microphones, he's literally using his phone, and his phone is his camera and whatnot. And
I'm sure-
totally got rid of all his gym equipment because he can just do press ups and sit ups. He's completely decluttered his life, and he's just having it all feng
I
shui.
get it, but it's all right when you win
Leave it.
multi-millions of pounds, isn't it? It's all right when you win. I've heard of some like these.
I know,
Bitcoin
but
and
the
stock
point
market,
is that
they
you don't need
they
all
don't-
this stuff. You can.
Well, they say they don't
reduce.
need a fucking. They don't need to own a house, but they fucking hire a house. They rent a fucking house, but they need a fucking house. Some of us haven't got fucking 12 billion pounds just to turn around and think, oh yeah,
I've got a lot of money, I
nothing.
agree, but it
Hey,
does
Yeah, there's
live-
nothing more
it does-
foolish
it
than
does live
renting
in
a house.
beautiful area of Japan.
Does
What's that?
Totally
Did
smoked.
PewDiePie throw away his computer?
Yes, he's got a
So we're
laptop.
never gonna-
He also doesn't use Windows or Google anymore.
As long as he
So
can
we're not
still.
going to see him online anymore, right?
Well, no. How else is he going to make the millions more dollars for people tuning in because he's going to teach them how to live
He
their
only
life?
makes vlogs now. His people who pay his Patreon or whatever, they do it just because of his past bloody things he did.
Well, how's he going to log in without a computer to collect his?
He's
Patreon
got a laptop that he uses Linux
Oh,
on. He
he
doesn't
does
use
have-
Windows.
I bet it's a
He-
posh
he-
laptop though. I bet it's a high-powered laptop.
No, it's a really cheap one that just uses Linux.
Oh yeah, you believe everything PewDiePie says? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy, fuck PewDiePie, dude. He sucks. Was he the guy who was in that forest in Japan where the guy was killing
No,
himself?
that was the
That's Logan
Punchy,
Paul or the
Punchy's
other
little
one.
brother, I think. That was the
Paul Logan.
Yeah, it was
whatever
one of
his name is. Yeah, it's one of those 2 brothers.
It wasn't so much they found a dead person that in this
They
suicide.
planted it so they could get views.
No, it was his reaction after he.
Yeah, it was like it was like his first reaction was, "Oh my god, how
Well, he
unbelievable!
was like-
people are gonna click on this video, and I'm gonna make so many people watch this now."
They were laughing.
What a
and
bl-
stuff.
yeah, what a
It was
blessing.
just,
Exactly.
That's what it
Incarnation.
was.
yeah, it's so many wrongs, so many fucking wrongs.
Interesting quote of the day from Forbes, which I never read, it's just on my screen. Entrepreneurs don't need education, they just need opportunity and capital, by David Dean Halbert.
Well, education never hurt anybody.
It depends on what they're being educated on.
But it is a trade-off. While you're getting educated, you're losing entrepreneurial time.
Do you believe that universities are scam like Charlie Kirk believes?
I believe Kirk had a point. It doesn't have to be that way.
It depends what your degree's under, isn't it? Like,
See, it shouldn't. In my world,
but it does.
if I were the king of the world, everybody
loads of shit in there, don't they?
Yeah,
Like,
everybody who went to university would have basically a classical education, and things like majors would only happen very late in their college career.
That's silly. You should be able to go and get an MBA and get that out and get, be out making
Doesn't
150 plus right out of the gate, bro.
Doesn't more educated people in your country make the country a richer place?
Make what?
Doesn't more educated people in a country make it a richer place?
I would say it depends on what they're educated with.
Yeah, it does. It used.
Yeah, it does. 100%.
I'll have a check on it now rather than giving opinions. But
what I'm trying to get at is, wouldn't it be beneficial if there was more scholarships and more people was educated on the government dime?
But it depends what their degrees are in. If it's in lesbian dance theory,
that's why they're making. That's why scholarships are. Scholarships should be.
Scholarships are different.
Yeah, but if the government's paying for a certain amount of scholarships, there should be things that the country are lacking.
Yeah, but you started off with saying that like more people are educated, the better, and I'm making the point that it's what they're educated in, because otherwise they get into 100 grand worth of debt, and you see the TikToks.
Yeah, I
spent 5 years in university, and I've got 120 in debt, and I'm fucking making shit in a coffee shop.
That's what I was getting at. Is university is too expensive, but if they made it cheaper, more people could be educated.
But the point I'm making is that, for example, if you wanted to be a plumber and you chose to be a plumber, after 3 years, you're guaranteed a job with the money of, like, say, 75 to 150 grand. So there's the transfer there, like practical, skillful jobs are still high demand and paying. You don't need to be so-called intelligent. You just need to have a practical, needy, profession.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Base. But in terms of Biscuit saying if you make it cheaper, it is cheaper because it's defined by what your parents earn. So if your parents aren't earning very much, you don't have to pay very much back. You are funded. A scholarship, obviously, completely different. It's all paid for. But there's no excuse if somebody's got the brains, if they want to go to university thinking, I'm going to get into loads of debt. The people you see on telly going, I'm now 20, 30 grand in debt, probably are going to pay that off via their parents, because their parents are earning so much that they're going to have to pay their whole bloody loan back. So, it's sort of jumped up people to a degree going, I've got to pay all this back. Well, yeah, but you can probably bloody afford it, to be honest. The little boy who's or girl, obviously, that's come from a very poor family that might have been clever enough to go to university will have to pay hardly anything back because it will be absolutely judged.
There's a whole bunch of people.
Earnings.
There's a whole bunch of people who are not particularly wealthy or don't feel particularly wealthy, but they're not poor enough to qualify for financial aid. And for them, it is a burden, a tremendous burden.
Where's this?
It's in the United States, not in the UK.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, the solution, to my mind, is not to forgive student debt. It's to do just the opposite, to encourage students to shop more carefully at universities and not give them basically a blank check to go into debt.
I don't know if it's still a thing here in the UK, but you don't have to pay university fees back until you're earning a certain wage.
That's only
Yeah,
that's not the US.
It's over £30,000. Yeah, then they've got to start paying it back, and then it's a very small percentage. Apparently,
Yeah.
it's one of the cheapest. It's one of the cheapest loans you can get.
Yeah.
In the country.
Which I think is a great idea, and it gets more people who are able to go to university that can do it. Like, and if they go into university, they're pretty much guaranteed to get that kind of wage anyway. So it's a win-win for everyone.
They're not, are they? Because we keep on talking about the amount of people.
Yeah, like you said, it depends on what you're doing. If you get a degree in something that can earn you money and is needed in the country, then you're guaranteed to get a good job, aren't you?
It's not that simple. Just like anything else, it's the laws of supply and demand govern. And if there's, if you're graduating, if there's a shortage of, I don't know, electrical engineers, and you start graduating 100,000 electrical engineers a year, then you're going to have a surplus, and wages for electrical engineers are going to
go down.
Go down. So there's really no free lunch. Just getting an education is not an automatic guarantee of a higher income. It's an automatic guarantee of knowing more, hopefully, than someone who doesn't have an education. If that's useful for you to make more money, that's good. It might be useful for you only in a pub quiz environment. I don't know. Sort of depends.
I was hearing brickies going on media the other day, so they were getting £5 a breeze block to lay. £5. And he was laying fucking like hundreds and hundreds a day. Literally, I think I worked I can't remember now, like 20 grand a week. He was like 25
What's a
grand
breeze
a week.
block?
It's a big brick. That's all. Just a big brick. So it's like three standard sized bricks.
Okay.
It's a very light brick. It's bigger than a brick, but it's the inner wall of that goes inside the actual bricks on the outside.
Yeah,
so it's
like a concrete block, but it's more hollow. Not hollow.
Hey, don't forget. In America, they build with cardboard.
Is it as thick as a brick?
It's a bit thicker than a brick.
They have no idea what it is. The Americans, they literally built. I've seen their houses. They're built with like cardboard.
Our foundations are usually made out of cinder block. This foundation here is all cinder block, which is I'm guessing the same exact thing.
Jethro Tull reference.
We're poured concrete.
I see the building inspector. They're quite famous on social media. Some of them. Fuck me.
Well, our on new builds, our inner walls are made with breeze block.
Game over.
And our outer walls are made of brick.
Yeah.
Have any of you seen the videos of houses being built with the equivalent of a 3D printer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are amazing. So yeah, big hose with concrete in it, which just goes back and forth.
The best thing is that the walls are that thick that they barely need heating.
Yeah. I was gobsmacked when I saw that. I was like, wow.
I tell you what I seen the other day was a robotic. It looked like a lawnmower, but they put it on the inside of a room, and it then paints on the room. Or this is not a paint; it's like a pen, like a type pen, and it tells you where all the cupboards, the washing machines are going to be. It just does really quick as well, like walking paces. And they were inspecting it, and it's like it's different league, isn't it? You know what I mean? This thing's just got it all sorted out. So yeah, it's like fucking hell. What do you do with that? That's someone out of a job.
Oops, sorry.
Not distracting at all.
I didn't know. I didn't know
hey,
if he was
I liked it.
But Based and Biscuit, have you seen? I doubt our American cousins have. But it's hilarious. Have you seen the African tribe in Jedburgh, just south of Edinburgh? And he believes.
I saw an article about it. I didn't actually see anything on news or anything.
He's now saying 140,000 of his people are coming to Scotland. So just for you Americans, there's this guy and his wife and a maid, okay, that are black African. But I doubt that, because I think one of them, the lady, I think, who's the handmaid, is actually from Texas. Yeah. And he's proclaimed himself king, and he's taking back this land in Scotland because he reckons that his people helped in the Jacobite. Were Jacobites. Well, I don't know of any black Jacobites in 1745 during the rebellion, but anyway, and so they're camped in this woodland, which the locals are absolutely pissed off with. It's just the three of them, but yeah, when
They're
being
going to ruin it
interviewed,
for everyone. Scotland's our last bastion of wild
I
camping.
know. But he reckons there's 140,000 people of his tribe spread out throughout the world that are going to be making their way to Scotland. But you've got to watch the video of him being interviewed. It's only about 2 minutes long, but my God, you will giggle so much. It's so funny.
He's literally he's the biggest troll on the internet at the moment. The biggest troll. He's literally given a flat face. He just he's just talking in riddles and no smiling. Just like trying to be as legit as he can.
It is hilarious.
I seen a Sun title, and the Sun title had a photo of him in his garb, where his eyes are all white. And they got contacts in. And there's a photo of him in a university gown. It's the same guy, so they've exposed him somehow. But basically, yeah, it's a fucking joke.
Oh dear, it's funny.
They just camp. And the thing is, what's funny about camping out in a wood? It ain't bad, in September maybe. Yeah, you camp out. You camp out in that wood in we could say December, but we could even say November, October. You camp out there. Tell you what, the next 4 weeks will be a big change. They'll be in a fucking hotel in no time.
Oh yeah,
Paid for by taxpayers, probably. Paid for by the taxpayers.
Yeah, more than likely.
Jane's calling me out for not understanding vaccines in the chat. I think it's a little humorous.
Well, that's all I know. It's foreign to us. There's a lot, right? And it can cause problems. And they don't deny it can cause problems. And I think the more investigation, it's got to be better, especially with communities that don't get.
No, but he's basically saying herd immunity, right? If you have 100 people and 90 of those people are vaccinated, if the 10% get sick, then everybody's okay. But if that number of the unvaccinated get too high in that group, then they can start to infect the vaccinated. And my question is, how are the vaccinated people getting sick?
No, that's not what happens. The measles is not the same as COVID, which is a pretty unique disease. The measles vaccine is very, very effective. So, and it lasts basically forever. So,
well, and the problem that a lot of people don't think of is there's some people that wish they could get a vaccine, but because of health problems, they can't.
Right.
So it's not their choice to just get something because other people are spreading it. They have no choice because of allergies or usually that they can't get it.
The bottom line is it's going to be like everything else, that people are going to react, stop taking the vaccine, and then kids will get sick and die, and then
that's right.
There'll be more. Then people will return to being more scared of the disease than they are of the vaccine.
Well, sadly, the latest Kung Flu jab. I don't know if the person on the chat was referring, but they're saying about the uptake. Well, the problem is that the people that were jabbed were getting infected again, so they weren't immune. So, and they admitted later on that in that case, not measles, but in the Kung Flu, that there was no difference between catching it again and the person who hadn't had the jibby-jabby. There was no medical difference statistically at all, basically. They mostly came out the same again. So, I mean, that didn't do jab-jab's reputation any good, did it?
Good plan, Aphid.
That's the one thing I always found confusing about the jib-jab was that you go and have it, and then you're protected. But by the same token, at the very same time, that expert that was at the podium all the time, I forget his name now, was saying that it mutates, and as all viruses do, and once it mutates, then that jab that you've just had is now useless.
All
So
viruses do not
you
mutate.
you can get now a new version of COVID, which people would then. You know, how many
It's the
people did you
same as-
know
it's
that
only
said
the
they had
same
it
as the
3 or
flu
4 times?
vaccine. It's only the
Pardon?
same as the flu vaccine. You have to have that every year.
Oh yeah. Hey, I'm not being
D-
funny.
DNA viruses don't mutate nearly as fast as RNA viruses. So
Well, yeah, coronaviruses mutate very fast.
right, because they're RNA viruses.
Don't forget,
The flu jab though is very.
COVID hasn't gone away. It hasn't gone away, right?
No.
And yet everyone's carrying on as normal now, completely normal.
When was the
I'm
last
not
time you
normal.
heard of anyone getting COVID? I've not heard of anyone.
Yeah, the hospitals are full of it. Not long ago, hospitals were full of
They're
it.
just
yeah.
not-
Well, a lot of
I'm-
people are getting it, but nobody's taking
Maybe the news
test
aren't
anymore.
even. The news are hiding it because I've not heard anything.
It's
I
not that
think
they're hiding
people
it,
are
they just
getting
don't
it.
care.
I think it's endemic in the community, and most of the time it registers as a cold.
I got you.
Who's
I think-
taking the fucking test if they think they have a cold?
Nobody.
Who's taking
We
the
just
jab
had
now?
a family thing. Kid went back to school, yada yada. We were sick for a week. We didn't take a fucking test.
Nope, I didn't
did
either.
cro-
Same thing.
It
My-
did cross my mind. At one point, I was like, I got that weird headache again, and the lights are a little annoying,
Yeah, just carry on.
which
though,
I had
right?
with COVID. But I'm like, a couple days later, I'm fine. No worries.
Right.
Yeah.
You should have listened to Granny the first time and just like a couple of days in bed with some hot honey.
My partner got sick last year, and she got tested after she got sick. She was with they did a blood test. She tested positive for RSV. I got sick a couple days later. I just assumed it was RSV, but I wouldn't have even guessed it was RSV had I not known that she had tested positive for it.
Was it
So-
minor?
It really wasn't too bad.
What's
Fever
RSV?
for a few days. I had a long cough for months afterward, but it's just annoying more than.
RSV is really severe virus. Is what it stands for.
Oh, right. You never heard that.
I think the same thing's true for COVID. As people get sick, some of them suspect it might be COVID, or it might be the flu, or it might be the cold, and they're not so much afraid that they're running to the emergency room, and they get over it, and nobody knows.
Well, my wife.
Hey, Packer.
And I don't think it'd be the same for the NHS. But my wife teaches. She works with a lot of autism kids because she teaches at SEN, special needs school. And she had an email last week. She was, "Oh, come and look at this, Lee," which just said that if you now get COVID, it's still okay for you to come in and teach. You don't take time off. So that's interesting, isn't it? I'm not saying it'd be the same for the NHS, but it seems schools, it's like, yeah, okay, you can still come in and teach. So it can't be that dangerous.
I wouldn't like that. Even if they just had the flu,
It was
I'd
never
rather they
dangerous.
stay
It was
out for a
never
few
dangerous
days.
for kids. Never dangerous for kids.
Carcinogenic toast.
What did you do? Did you put Roundup on it instead of butter?
No, it's got burnt bits.
Oh, okay.
Biscuit, during COVID, how long did you stay in your house for? Do you remember?
The whole time.
I was literally, I remember this, but how long was it? 2 years, if I remember?
Yeah, about 2.5 years.
I was doubting it. I relived it and doubted it. You didn't leave your house for 2.5 years.
Nope, never left, not once.
What?
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
And you're still sane. That's amazing.
I left.
I had my daughter to
He caught it twice.
From his kid, yeah. I had to work because I'm considered an essential employee, but yeah, 2 years. dude.
the only time I left was to get the COVID jab.
Yeah.
And that's when you caught it.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I remember going out the first days of the thing. There was just no one around. I was walking my dog everywhere.
I may have caught it while I was getting deliveries as well, like shopping deliveries.
We just put up a biohazard shower
soup,
section in my
IW.
garage, so I was totally fine. I would leave and then I'd come home and
Chicken soup.
I'd shower with bleach,
Do you dip?
and you know, it's fine. We never got it.
You know what I used to do, Biscuit? I used to walk downstairs to my security door into my multi-flat level block. I used to lick my hand and then get the door handle, open the door handle with it. It's like, you know, when you throw a dart and you lick your hand and you're going to get some purchase. I got to do that to the dirty door handle downstairs where like loads of characters have been touching it. And I lick my hand, touch it, and then when I close it, I lick my hand again just to make sure. That's the way I fought it off.
Yeah,
I couldn't avoid it. Everywhere it was just there, wasn't it?
yeah. A good friend of mine was a locksmith. He changed lots of locks at the various universities in Boston. Every time a new student came into a dorm room, he would rekey him. And the guy in the whole time of COVID never got COVID once. So it made me think that whole Surface thing was such horseshit. Like cleaning the elevator buttons and cleaning all the handrails. It was so stupid.
I don't think anybody ever said you're likely to get COVID from a door handle. What they said was that the virus survives on surfaces for a certain amount of time. But
at
yeah, people took that to
he
mean
might have been immune. He might have already had
I was
SARS.
It might have been asymptomatic, is what you mean.
I was being hyperbolic. I was being hyperbolic, but I didn't. I just got bored really quick of any of it. I
base my. I remember before it really came over here, they would show like China like 4 o'clock in the morning before everybody was getting up, like power washing every street in the whole country.
I remember.
And I was like, holy fuck, you know. So yeah, I was paranoid as shit because I didn't know. You know, it seemed like nobody really knew what was going on. I remember seeing Italy like seem like all hell was breaking loose, and I thought that was. And then the next thing I remember was there was people walking on the beach in California, and seeing the news program, and they were like shaming those people walking on the beach, and I was like, man, those motherfuckers. And I remember then like my neighbors, like some people came over to their house, and I was like, you guys are living on the fucking edge over there. You know?
Dude, we bought
people come over.
We bought this fogger thing for the buildings, and you'd walk down the hallways fogging, and people would come out and be like, thank you. Like, inhaling this fucking salt. It was mostly salt with a slight amount of chlorine. And everything after you were done would have these white mist on it that never fucking came off. Like
way to corrode all metal in that facility.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, buddy. Stainless steel is not stainless. It's a lie.
Okay. Okay. Trump saying the China virus was hilarious. Because we had politicians from New York, Cuomo, his brother, and what have you, and the mayor and all this shit, kissing Chinese people and hugging them. And I just thought to myself, Trump's done it again. And of course, they were more likely affected technically than Americans. But they're like coming off planes and they're going, oh, give us a hug. Come here, give me a hug. And you're thinking, fucking Democrats, they're dumb as fuck. That's what it is.
Smart Republicans.
Well, is that what they did? Oh, I can't believe you've geographicked this virus to an area of the world. How dare you do that? And oh, we're going to hug a Chinese person now. Here, off we go. Oh, there's a Chinese person. Let's hug him. You know.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah. Trump again. Trump made the Democrats defend criminals.
He did
terrorists.
Break a lot of people.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Was it ever proven that the virus came from Wuhan's research lab?
Yes. If you Google any fact checking site now, they say it's highly probable. Basically,
yeah, it wasn't proven, but it's 90% possible.
Yeah, basically, everyone's agreeing now. It didn't come from a pangolin in a fucking wet market.
Jesus, RW, that comment is disturbing, bro. Oh,
I took a strike. I took a strike for that. So, and I'm trying to find out whether my strike will be
I mean,
rescinded now.
me
Now you
personally,
wait
I
there.
want-
Now YouTube admitted that the Biden administration censored people to such a degree they destroyed people's career and everything by zapping them off YouTube, and they've given them
I
their
wanted
sites
to have
back
more
on
faith in
medical
people
misinformation.
than
Remember,
that.
there'll be people on the left, Biscuit, that would have
Yeah.
been cursing out these people, saying this is medical misinformation, they deserve to get cancelled. And they've all been now proved innocent. And
You know
YouTube
who
admitted
was
it.
canceled in that? Who's
Loads.
like-
there was
you know
people
who's
with-
one who's very popular who I'd forgotten was Dan Bongino. He
Yeah.
was canceled, removed from YouTube, which seems so asinine. It's so like you think they're going to be all these fringe characters who are saying things that are completely outside of the spectrum of truth. No, this guy is extremely popular, and I don't think he was that controversial.
And in 4 years,
He's in the
it's
he's in the
changed,
Trump
and it's-
administration.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he is.
That
He's the
backlash worked
deputy
out.
FBI director.
Yeah, I
Him
don't
and
think-
crazy,
I don't
him,
think he
him
really-
and crazy eyes.
I don't think he really
Yeah,
deserves
I
that
mean,
role. But
it's crazy what the Biden administration forced on social media companies, and they destroyed so many people's, like you said, careers and stuff, with many hundred thousands of views. I mean, for example, nothing to do with COVID, but when my mate lost his channel, reporting on arrivals from Dover in 2020, his channel just disappeared. He couldn't appeal it. He had nothing to appeal to. It completely gone. It just completely wiped off any, and that's straight from the top. That was straight from government.
Did you guys read the Google admission recently?
Go
I
on.
don't even know what that is, man.
Well, it actually comes from Alphabet, the parent company of Google and YouTube and so on. And they basically admitted that the Biden administration twisted their arms. And,
Real hard.
Well, that's a good question. I suspect they're actually, as much as that's true, I suspect they're just going to blame the Biden administration to escape any of their own.
Right.
You're
Just
saying their
possibility.
persuasion already was leaning in that direction. It was
Yes.
just a nudge that they needed.
Yes.
Or-
Did they twist the arm and the hand was then open so they could receive money as it was behind their back? Like,
I don't know about money, but
okay.
Well, this definitely is a great segue into our next thing. If you're ready,
Wait, you're not running this show here. This
Oh,
But
he's-
last dance. It's right there.
So-
It's right there.
I want him to. He is running it.
It's right there. It's on the counter. Just grab it and bring it to the
No,
table.
you say it.
Comey. The
Comey
Comey
indictment.
indictment.
Yes.
Is the
Here
Comey
you go, T.
indictment is the Comey indictment more significant than all the times that Trump got indicted, or less significant?
In the
Well,
sense of the criminality alleged.
yeah,
or
'cause
the
he-
fa-
he's
the
not
falsity,
he's not the
the-
president, so
I
obviously
think-
it's not as significant.
No, but I mean the targeted aspect of it.
I think it's just as troubling in many ways, and if you look at the allegations, I've never been a fan of prosecuting someone for lying to Congress. I mean, it would be more if it was against the law to tell the truth to Congress, you'd have fewer people being prosecuted because
Well, if we're being honest, then everyone would be liable, wouldn't they? I think every congressperson's lying.
well, not just people testifying before Congress
Right.
shade the
that's
truth, lie. Congressmen themselves shade the truth, lie. I mean, this is not a place to look for truth. And that doesn't mean that I can justify the things that Comey said, which were certainly misleading, if not outright lies, but they just don't seem.
I
they
think
seem like
the
part of the course rather than
last-
being-
la-
to be
last-
believed is a lie.
The last dance. Can you tell me on these what comments he made that were wrong or troubling or whatever?
Somebody asked him if he leaked information to the to the press about
That's right. That's right.
some
yeah.
memo or something. He leaked it to the press. And he said, no, he didn't. Now, it appears that he certainly was involved. I think he would just say that, just like President Clinton said, it depends on the definition of what the definition of is, and got away with it. Comey could say, if he had to in trial, I didn't leak it, a subordinate did, perhaps at his insistence. I don't know. But the government, people leak shit all the time, all day long, every day. And nobody thinks twice about it.
Yeah, well,
Shall we listen to a sound bite from the Bill Maher show from last night?
Absolutely. Please put it
This
on.
is propaganda. though,
Sounds
isn't it?
dangerous.
Propaganda.
Well,
Yeah, we try to be
well,
watchful
anything on these sort of shows are at the moment, isn't it?
So you instantly just before you even hear it.
Well, Bill Maher's, seems to be, going a bit right, but even so,
No,
it's just still propaganda, isn't it?
no, he just doesn't want to get canceled, bro.
Oh my God! Fucking here we go.
Well,
Are you putting it up?
you've made
Smoke
questionable statements in the past, and we've
Like
we've
what?
looked past those with you.
I hold
Well,
grudges here.
I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to, really. Like what?
It's hard to pin down just one, isn't it, based?
Oh, that's what they say about Trump. It's like if there's so many, just one. Just name one.
All right, the sound is terrible on this. I recorded it from the TV on my phone, like with the camera. So if this is unbearable, just make a big disapproving sound, and I'll shut it off. Okay.
Basically, don't give us any of your pirated cinema movies.
All right, here we go.
Here's my starting point relative to Comey. I did not believe that Donald Trump should have been prosecuted by Alvin Bragg in the porn case. I did not believe that Donald Trump should have been prosecuted by Fonnie Willis in the Georgia case. I did not believe that Letitia James should have brought that civil suit against Donald Trump based on his business dealings. I said all of that on radio and on television, not to be defensive of Trump, but as an attorney, I thought they were political prosecutions, each of them. This is worse. This is worse because now it's the head of government directing the indictment of a former head of the FBI. And what I worry about the most is the precedent that it will set. Somebody running for governor, maybe somebody running for attorney general who's going to feel comfortable in saying so-and-so deserves to face charges. And most importantly, what it does is it causes a further diminished level of confidence in our institutions, especially the DOJ. Bill, when people used to say, we're going to bring in the feds, we need a federal investigation, it's because that carried the imprimatur of impartiality. That's gone. Nobody has respect now for the federal government, and this is going to make it worse.
I think it's a good point, but I don't agree. I think it's
How can it be a good point, but you don't agree?
well, in the sense that it's worse. It's hard to say that it's worse because in many ways, trying to prosecute the presidential candidate is an interruption and an attack on democracy. Prosecuting Comey is an attack on an individual. It's hard to say that that's better, but arguably it is better.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from there because you're messing with an election, aren't you? On top.
Yeah. Now the fact that it appears to have been ordered by Trump, that is, in some sense, that's worse. It is disturbing, and
I mean, a lot of people would say "fuck around, and find out," wouldn't they?
Yeah, I was shirtless recording CNN in the morning. Yeah, you got me. I was not masturbating.
Hey man, ratings just went up. Don't worry about it.
was there a reflection? I didn't see it.
That was from Smirkonish's show this morning. He featured
Yeah.
a clip of himself from last evening. But I did think he made a decent point. I mean, I know you guys think he's some liberal jerk.
Well,
but
it was inevitable he was going to get arrested because he wasn't given a pardon from Biden, so he knew this day was fucking coming.
You like you like Schmirkovich almost as much as Last Dance likes Reason.
It's Reason. It's true.
It's close. It's close.
He has a bromance. I have a magazine mance.
Well, I gotta have something because my wife likes that fucking CBS Sunday Morning, and then like I gotta have something on Saturday. So this is all I got.
Yeah, I think it's debatable which is worse. I don't think we need to have a calculus of which is worse. I think anything like that is very troubling and very wrong.
Will he be convicted?
No.
I doubt it.
So this is just another tax dollar charade.
Yeah, well,
Oh, for sure.
supposedly there was so little evidence that the one guy get resigned, or did Trump let him go?
I don't know.
Like he
Could be.
refused to. He refused.
He
to
might have
prosecute.
refused to prosecute.
Yeah.
because-
Well, I don't think anybody should be able to bring something to the table if they don't have the ability to prosecute fully to conviction. Just talk
Trump
shit.
doesn't know.
That's a process. That's a process.
But if you have
Well,
enough
that's
evidence,
exactly-
you have. You should know already if you're going to be able to convict beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, but it could be lawfare, couldn't it? It's just a process.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough to know that this administration isn't sticking to some principles or any principles. They're just there to punish. It's Trump's payback. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
blame him for wanting payback, but a better person, someone who achieves the title of president of the United States, should be someone who withholds and suppresses his desire for payback.
I mean, at the end of the day, Trump did say he was going to be a dictator on day one. He never said he
Yeah,
wouldn't
well-
carry on, did he?
I would say that's a slight
Did
paraphrase.
you actually?
Yeah,
Did you actually listen to the speech?
Well, actually, it's not a paraphrase; it's a quote, but
Yeah,
it's not what he
did-
meant.
Yeah, exactly.
that's
Did
scary.
you
There is
listen to
context.
Biscuit? Did you listen to the speech?
Which one?
The one you just quoted.
The dictator on day one speech.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
So did he say it and joked? Was it a joke? Because he said for one day. So was it a joke when he made it?
I didn't think he might have looked like he was joking, but I didn't think he was
So the
joking. I thought
crowd,
he meant.
should we pull the clip up and see if the crowd laughs and giggles and all that?
Here's the principle that we should be upholding.
This is a stupid quote, Biscuit, because everyone knows if you actually
You
look at it
don't
in
use
context.
you don't use government to punish your political enemies or your personal enemies. That is a disqualifying offense. I don't care who does it. I don't even care if it was done to you first, and now you think it's your turn. No, that's not how it works. If it was done to you first and you have power, now it's your turn to eradicate that from the land. That's what you should do. You should establish the principle that nobody can get away with that.
Hey,
Not
Casey.
by doing it yourself, because you got your owed one. That's not what
Trump's
That's not-
ego will never allow.
Yeah, that's a
I
pipe
know.
dream.
He can.
well, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm
Man.
going to criticize it every time, even if
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
obvious he's gonna do
It
that.
should be. It should be. On both
You and
sides.
I all know. We all know that he could just be the bigger man and
Right.
and use this as a power
Well,
move. But
technically, he is
he
the bigger
cannot.
man.
We
I
know.
believe
he's not
he
going
is
to do
the
that.
bigger man. He is the biggest president ever to have existed, isn't he?
Well, yeah. Think about it. The world media was against him. for
Physically, I
8
mean, like
years.
weight-wise.
The world media was against him for 8 years, and guess what? He got voted in twice.
You said
Yeah.
that Trump's
And
deal.
maybe
is to-
even three times.
Yeah, I know.
You said Trump's deal is to like
Thank you,
do
Lee.
lawfare and get these people back. I totally see it as Trump has his I'm going to get you guys back and push these things, but I also see JD Vance in there in a massive Christian nationalist 2025 push. So many things have happened since Charlie Kirk died on that front. It's amazing at the speed at which some things are moving at the moment.
Yeah.
Well,
Christ is good.
I think that
Shall we get into the conspiracy side of that?
sure.
That's your choice, man.
I just want to say one more thing about that.
Yeah.
The Department of Justice is a busy organization, and so should the Attorney General. Should be busy. And the more that they spend their time devoted to punishing Trump's enemies for that reason, the less time they have to take care of more important things in the nation. It's not like they're sitting around doing nothing and now they have spare time. Everything has to be prioritized, and things fall off that won't be done. And now something's falling off that won't be done, so that we can prosecute Trump's enemies for pretty minor offenses that are probably not even offenses, anyways. So it's not like there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done that Trump said he would do that have,
Cost of
fallen in the
living.
wayside.
Just somebody work on the cost of living, for crying out loud.
Well, that's economic, but the Department of Justice is
No, I know.
it was criminal and so forth.
I know, but I'm just saying the focus of a president
Well,
right now, I wish was on that.
well,
Oh,
you-
it is on economics, but not on your economics, on Trump's wallet.
well, I don't know.
I
how
don't think you can. I don't think you
prosecuting
can persecute Trump for not living up to some of the things he says he was going to do. I mean, in this country, I mean, they never fulfilled the manifesto that they say they're going to deliver to the people. I don't know of any prime minister that's ever done that, but they'll tell you they'll give you the world.
That's
when
true.
They
You'll always be disappointed, but that's never going to stop me from criticizing it.
Oh yeah, too right. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Trump claimed that he would support free speech. Nobody believed it. But on his first day in office, I believe, he passed the free speech executive order. I liked what that order said, and he's promptly ignored every line, everything in that order. He's violating his own
Tick that
executive
box.
order.
Done. That's right. Legislation is very different. than
The
how it's
courts
enacted.
have given him a mandate to do whatever he wants in his presidency because presidents are immune to any kind of what they call it prosecution.
Yeah, but that's just not going to help him, really. He's not going to get what he wants. He's not, he didn't get Jimmy Kimmel kicked off,
I mean,
even
he
though
did
he
for a
tried.
day.
He and Brendan Carr tried. Yeah, and now the backlash means that Kimmel is almost fireproof now, even no matter how
Right,
low
right.
his ratings fall.
And a lot of
Kimmel will
conservatives
be
have pushed-
gone in.
a lot of
Kimmel will be gone
conservatives-
in 3 months.
No,
he
he
won't be there.
No, he
He
won't.
won't be there.
And a lot of the conservatives have pushed back on.
There are a lot of
Trump for that.
conservatives who pushed back on that. And Pam Bondi's statement that free speech isn't hate speech. A lot of conservatives said, "No, we don't want to hear that shit. We heard that shit for 10 years before." I thought we were done with that. So he's not going to get his way. He still anything he does that doesn't have merit is a good chance of failing. So he's just wasting his time, the government's time, and he's not doing other things.
But isn't it a company's decision? He's lost a third. He's lost a third of the population because two big service providers, I think they are, have pulled out. So he's literally lost a third of the population.
No,
Straight up.
they're back on.
They're not.
Yeah, you missed the boat. They're back on.
Oh, I'll check it
Sinclair,
out.
I don't.
Yeah,
what's that
Both of
called?
them.
Sinclair and Nexstar have put him back on.
They're
Right.
back in. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're back in.
That's,
Okay.
I think that
Well,
was today. or
they
yesterday,
were out
wasn't it?
though. So
Even if they were out, the CBS or is ABC? I always get the two.
ABC.
ABC is now hogtied because if,
All right.
if they pull them even for legitimate reasons, the enough people are going to have backlash against it, just like they just did, thinking that it's for other nefarious reasons.
Exactly.
So
Disney
they're
lost
forced now to keep
3.8
them, no
billion
matter
in
how shitty his
subscription
ratings
fees.
are.
do you know,
What Trump did was cement Kimmel. in
That's right.
place
That's right.
Instead of making it be.
did you know that
Just like it happens with everything. With
24 hours before ABC pulled back in, one of their fuck knows, one of their stations, like the
Affiliate.
locations, it was shot up by a registered Democrat. They've arrested the guy. He did like 2 drive-bys and just shot aimlessly into the building.
Yeah, I hate people when people say it was a Democrat. It's just some
Well, they said
fuckhead who might be a Democrat.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
He's
There's
a
no
figurehead of the
shortage of-
Democratic Party. Last dance.
And unless it was the DNC chairman,
right.
it was AOC herself. I don't object to people noting that there's violence from the left, but it just gets too much. I mean, we don't even know. We don't even know if this latest guy, how much of how much of this is crazy versus standard left. I mean,
Who's that? The
it's not
Charlie
the most
Kirk?
I
radical-
mean,
You
his
know about- you know about-
political. He's
you know-
never voted, so he's unaffiliated with a political party.
Okay.
Who's this?
Tyler Robinson, the killer of Charlie
Yeah, I
Kirk.
mean, it seems clear that he was anti-right, at least.
Yeah,
And he hated Charlie Kirk because he said it at the dinner table.
Yes, he hated Charlie Kirk,
he did.
but nobody knows the full story.
And his
Colorado.
and his boyfriend liked to lap in furry clothes and was a bit of a character,
Yes,
I believe.
yes.
Here's my
Girlfriend,
problem.
boyfriend. I gotta try and work it out. I'm lost.
Here's my
in the
problem.
Confusion of fog.
We were talking about earlier where like cops basically can sprinkle some crack on the scene and steal all the money because it's a drug bust or whatever. Well, this new engraving bullets things really stinks to me of the FBI sprinkling some crack on the scene so that it can look like it's coming from a certain direction.
I don't agree with what the Cash Patel dude. He did it again with this latest shooting. Like it was within hours. He
ice
showed
one?
he showed the casings or talked about what was on the case. One of the two. I don't know what he did.
It was Sharpie marker, bro.
And come on now. I mean, keep that shit, and until you find out everything that's going on. I mean, why?
Yeah.
What was the point of telling everybody and showing that before you really say anything else?
It's to demonize.
I know, but that's
the
not what his role is.
I agree.
It's ridiculous.
It's just
I
getting
agree, and I
His
also
role is to investigate, not to blab on the media.
Yeah, but
just the way it was Sharpie
I'm
marker
not
on
being
the
funny,
bullet,
Biscuit. There's
come
people
on.
like you on your side that still believe it's a left winger, and even Last Dance.
You mean
is
a
that,
right winger?
Yeah, I think it's a right winger, and even Last
Actually,
Dance.
you're
Last
wrong.
Dance stopped you and said no. There's clear evidence basically to prove that he, all the things
No.
you just said.
You're wrong.
Okay, go on then.
At least on my behalf, I was just saying that you can't say who it is until all the evidence is out.
Didn't say that.
well,
I
that's
did.
true. Vacuously,
Maybe I worded
And I'm
it in a way
comfortable
that
saying he was a left winger. He might it just might be more complicated than that.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it was definitely complicated because obviously his partner was something they would laughing as something else and make cosplaying into some sort of furry
Yeah.
outfit.
I don't know
obviously
what
there was a
all
lot
the
going
factors
on.
are, but
Well,
we'll-
it's a shit show, I'm sure, and it's not mostly not great.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know the full details of
Uh,
it, but he definitely
the
was.
thing I don't
won a
get is
groip.
that-
He won a groiper like some on the left say.
no, that's been
Isn't
proven
that
false.
funny last
I
time?
know you kind of said that at in the beginning.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He did. I remember now. I mean, literally within hours, they're going, "Oh, that's a groiper." So that's a fascist writing "fascist" on a bullet, saying that a weak conservative, a liberal conservative, is a fascist. So you got a groiper writing on bullets, supposedly, saying,
Yeah,
"Kill
I guess
fascists
here's
or
what I
catch
would.
fascists."
I'm kind of with RW is that you shouldn't have 100% trust that there was a bullet with these words on it
Yeah.
really there, because sometimes these scenes could be contaminated by people with agendas. You really have to wait.
You can't even trust that the messages that was released by the FBI was real either.
Uh,
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 I mean, I do trust it, but not 100%.
Did you have that speculation when the FBI were investigating Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Some people would have disbelieved it, though, gospel.
Yes, absolutely.
So I was waiting for Steve to get back to make this point. So I sent Steve a video which I couldn't stomach watching because it was just a Marine basically breaking down bullet trajectory on Charlie Kirk as he got hit, and he was proving through this video that the trajectory of this bullet was from the back and through the front. So the whole story of this individual that ran off the roof, if what that person is saying is true, is all a distraction.
Has anyone here fired a 30-06? I have.
Nope.
I fired an M1 and your basic deer hunter type scoped 30-06, 2 different rifles, both the same round. And I can't imagine. The confusing thing is, am I to understand there was no exit wound in the back?
That's the official story of the FBI, correct?
I haven't heard one way or the other.
Well, if that's the official story, let me tell you something. This round goes through a really big, giant white-tailed deer. It will go through both of its shoulders and both of its rib cages and lungs and everything right out the other side and make a really deep hole in the ground.
Why are we sure it didn't go through?
That's the question I need to know.
Right. If that's part of the official narrative, it's not logical.
It's not
But
logical.
I'm challenging the trajectory, not even the exit wound.
Yeah, I don't know what the thing you're challenging is more of the result of, I guess, questioning what I'm questioning. If they're trying to sell us that the thing went in the front and didn't go through the back, then that would lead me to think that the round came from somewhere else, i.e. the story that you're talking about. But I don't know if the round had an exit wound out the back of his neck.
This
that would
News
be-
What's the
Nation.
story? Well, you would
says
know,
no.
Steve, if you fired that gun. But
Rednecks,
there are
rednecks
so
are pretty
many
tough.
stories out. But I heard that there's one story out that was he wearing body armor? Could that bullet? There was a deflection of the body armor, which then nicked his neck. I mean, I can't believe that's true, but is
no.
that possible?
No.
Well, that would account for it not going through, because a straight shot through from the barrel to his neck
No,
or throat would have definitely gone through.
In the video, there's
yeah.
blood in the back of his
They were
neck.
saying it deflected it up. That's what some
Yeah.
reporters say.
Well, this news report says the bullet was found in him, did not go through.
See, that is difficult for me to believe.
Well, what do you think?
There's an option of some sort of a frangible type round that would intentionally not go through him to cause injury behind. But from the casings I saw, these what would be what I would call metals or brass solids or whatever you want to call them. But these things go through whatever you're shooting, and they just keep on going. And they're extremely high velocity, causes a massive wound channel. So the fact that it didn't go through him makes me question that. Now, Brandon Herrera was asked by multiple people if he would remake this. Obviously, that would be in bad taste, and he obviously said no. But he has remade the videos for and recreated for Martin Luther King Jr. and various other assassinations. He's set him up. He's gotten the exact rifle. He's taken the shots. Obviously, time heals wounds. It would be an extremely poor taste for him to do that now with Charlie Kirk.
I don't think it would be.
Well,
I think
he
it would
would
be-
say, I'm only speaking from his words. He
Yeah.
said his exact words were "fuck no." So
I think it would be in poor taste to show a video of it. If he just
that's
did
his
it-
whole thing.
Yeah, but if he just did it and said what the results were, it would be of value to people who trust him.
Well, yeah, I mean, he would basically put up a pretty good facsimile of a neck, throat, and shoot at it with 30-06. And
I mean, showing, putting a ballistic gel facsimile of a head and, putting a picture of Charlie Kirk's
I
head. That would
watched
be
a video of that.
A
Of
printout
someone
of his,
doing exactly
of his face
that.
on an 8.5 by 11 poster.
That would be in poor taste.
Taped with
I
scotch
watched
tape.
a video of someone doing the facsimile of a head with a 30-06, and the head blew up.
yeah, I mean, even as old as that round is, I bet you 50% of the guys who hunt deer, even young guys, will tell you it's the best deer round.
That's
Deer are pretty big, and it goes right through them.
I'm guessing it wouldn't be very effective on a rabbit, would it? Because there'd be none of it left.
Those
No
bullets,
rabbit.
those
It depends
bullets
on the
after
bullet.
like a year or two sitting around, they get as soft as marshmallows. So
Really, that's it's good.
They don't.
Good information for the youth there, Aphid.
They run for 50 years. They'll still shoot just as good.
It's
I-
the opposite of
as
the
usual,
marshmallow
I am-
monkey arms.
Very inclined to believe the official explanation.
The video that I sent you, Steve, it showed that blood was first shown behind his neck. He got hit. The way he got hit, he was hit from behind. The blood came out there, and the exit wound was the front of the throat.
Hmm.
If this information is pushed into the future and more people look into it and start challenging it, that's what I'm curious to see.
Maybe, could
So
it have been a ricochet off the wall and threw it back?
Not off of
It
a
could-
tent that's made out of tent material.
can we? I think we need to do a poll. Like what percentage do you? What's the killer's name? What's that guy's name?
Tyler
Tyler Robinson.
Robinson.
Yeah, like what's everybody percentage of if they believe he shot Charlie Kirk or not? Last dance?
You
He
want
admitted
my
it, so
percentage or just
100%.
yes or no?
Yeah, no percentage.
Oh, 100%.
Smoke Steve.
I defer.
Oh, you piece
You
of
can't. You can't
shit.
prefer.
You piece of shit.
That's,
Oh, that's fighting
You
words.
got. You can't defer.
that's very.
Well, he's not been convicted yet, so no. I
Innocent till proven guilty.
You're-
Always,
You're,
Steve.
you're too damn good.
I don't think you are. I don't think you
found
asked that question.
You weaseled
I
out.
think. I
You
think. I
weaseled
think
out.
the
Yeah,
question.
Next
Yeah,
time he
what-
goes first.
what does that mean? 50% then? Because 50-50,
No.
maybe he's
Well,
innocent.
what's
till
the
proven guilty.
question? What's the question, last dance?
Well,
Repeat the question.
What percentage? No, that's my question. What percentage do
Okay.
you think that the killer killed Charlie Kirk?
You
Oh,
think?
100% the
You
killer.
think-
Yeah,
What do
you
mean, Tyler Robinson?
like you
Tyler
you,
Robinson.
you based. If you had to put a percentage of your belief,
Here's my boy
Okay.
right here.
Well, Steve needs to get an answer for him. Steve's sort of like bailing out.
he
Let's have
pussed
an
out.
answer.
He pussed out.
No, come on,
He's
Steve.
lower than he wants to admit. You know.
Well, I think he's 95% there.
RW.
I'm gonna be at 25%.
Oh, I knew it.
Sorry, man.
I didn't want to just say yes or no because you could be 49%. I wanted to hear your true. What do you think?
I press X to doubt.
He doubts it. His answer, his answer indicates
I'm not even
strong,
gonna ask Biscuit because I know what his.
strong.
Well, you
doubt.
got to answer.
I think he did it.
He's 100%. Of course,
I'm
he
100%.
is.
I'm 100% too.
Now,
I'll give
Let's-
99. I'll give 99 because can I be 100%? No, that's too strong.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna give it
don't think
1% chance.
Yeah,
You're like
I'm
Michael.
99 too.
that's why I said 95, chaps, because you can't be like a monolith on this.
Right,
It's
right.
gotta
is,
be-
anyone
Is
here
he still-
familiar with the M1 Garand?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
am somewhat
Familiar as in held it and touched it and know exactly how it feels. Or
Well,
I have held
know
it.
of its
if you're
existence.
familiar with it, that also shot a 30-06.
Yeah, it's got some-
Anyone here familiar with the M14, with the automatic version that also shoots a 30-06? Also, what's called the BAR, also the known as the Browning automatic rifle, the squad auto rifle from World War II, also 30-06. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, when these guys get shot with these rifles, the fucking thing went through their neck and blew out the back of their neck or body wherever they got shot. This thing is an incredibly powerful rifle, and it was one of the
So-
most prolific rifles ever used and rounds ever used in war.
Okay.
It
Okay.
doesn't bounce out of your neck, dude.
Well, get a load of this. I'm just hang on, wait, it's funny.
I'm gonna lose my point now.
Sky News were able
Sorry,
to talk.
Eastwing got me on the M14 is 308. Thank you, buddy.
The Sky News were able to talk to the surgeon, and he said it was an absolute miracle that someone else didn't get killed. And as the surgeon was quoted saying, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that it's like he was a man of steel. It should have just gone through and through. It would likely have killed
All
those
right, I'm
standing
down to
behind him.
15% now. Sorry, I'm down. To 15%.
So his bones were like steel. So that why it didn't go through,
14.
Steve. So according to
I need
the
to leave
surgeon,
it.
Okay,
So now
Steve.
this is another question.
Oh,
It's a Mauser.
Steve,
It's a
Steve, let-
Mauser.
Steve, let me,
Mauser.
Steve, let me answer to what you were saying. So you're saying to a lot of rifles use that same bullet,
Yes.
yeah? Okay, so
Nice, man.
you're saying it's a deer bullet, which is like a bit of a fucking killer. Like, I've heard you what you're saying. I'm listening in, but I've seen a lot of deers being shot. You know, as you see it, right? You don't see the back end blown to smithereens. I've never really seen that. I
No,
generally
It
just
depends
see,
on the round.
right? So they might not be using that round. Yeah.
Well,
Here in the UK, we
But he's saying
generally
it's a
use
deer, right?
2-2.
He's saying it's a deer round. So I've seen deers get it many a time, and
Yeah,
the
with
back end
2-2s,
don't
not
blow
with
out.
30-06s.
yeah, but what Steve said was that the bullet goes through. It doesn't blow the other end off. But it goes through out the other end and still makes a hole in the ground. So
Oh
you were
yeah,
expecting, So
but
it
but
just
but I
depends, I
thought you would.
guess.
I thought he would blow out the back end. That's what they were saying, the exit wounds. But
Wait,
from
that's
like a
like
lot of
Hollywood
deers,
hollow points, man.
The fact is, they're saying this thing stopped in his. I have a pretty big neck. It's not that far. There's not that much in there. I mean, for it to stop around, it's just.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know why
dubious.
Bone would stop it.
It's so painfully bullshit. I'm actually upset right now.
I mean, this round is pretty badass.
I told you the only thing tougher than Kevlar is a redneck.
He wasn't even a redneck. He was just.
Too soon, Aphid.
He was a. I don't know how to describe. He was certainly a unique character.
I hate to
but
see you get canceled.
These guys got to be careful now, man. And now this guy goes and does the thing with another Mauser and shooting at ice. What is this going to be? Are they going to? Is this the liberals? They're going to go with antique Mausers as their fucking rifles. What the fuck is this?
Whatever their grandfather had, they're not going to buy their own. gun.
I think they killed 2 and injured 1, and they killed fucking inmates. They didn't kill the fucking ICE officers. This is so crazy. What is Trump making the liberals do? It's crazy. They're getting it all wrong.
I will say this about the Kirk round. He did seem to die instantly, which I wouldn't have expected from a clean through and through shot through the neck.
But if it takes out your spinal column, it's pretty much a done deal.
I don't think it looked like it was on the side. Now that doesn't tell you the trajectory, but
he looked dead within 30 seconds, if not.
Oh no, he didn't even grab his neck. He was
he's gone.
basically dead almost instantly.
It was instant.
Detached.
Well, he went into that weird pose with his hands kind of went into this.
Right.
That's your body reacting, isn't it?
Yeah, and also when that bullet, which is say about the size of my finger, the wound cavity could be like this. So it hits you here, but the thing is this big going through you. It could have severed. It could have snapped everything. You gave that link in Discord that the cavitation is a wave that can be very destructive to soft tissue, including the spinal column. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, when I seen the video, I was under no hesitation that he was going to be the Stone.
Right.
I texted wife. I said Charlie Kirk is fucked up, and she texts back, "I know he is. He says some fucked up shit, right?" And I texted back, I'm like, "He's been assassinated," and she was like, "What?" And she didn't fucking believe me. She thought I was just making a general commentary about something I had heard him say,
just riffing on what she said, maybe
out of the blue. And then she happened to be driving home from work that day. She got home and was like, she couldn't believe it. She's fairly liberal, and she was shaken to the bone because she knows he's got a wife and kids and stuff, and nobody wants to see someone lose a father. And if you do want to see someone lose their father,
like in that scenario, then you are an evil
well.
person.
Yeah,
You
not
know what
well.
I'm saying? Like that's fucked up
I-
shit, man.
They keep on bringing up the AB, you know, the abortion, right? We can say it on YouTube, but they can't say it on TikTok, and they say, oh, it's disgusting, talking about his 12-year-old daughter or something. If she got raped, and all, and he was posed this question by some lunatic, and he's a Christian, right? He doesn't believe in that practice at all. That, and you know, and he said that he would advise that they go through with it if she was well, of course you can have a C-section, so that wouldn't matter, but that would obviously be his views, right? And they're like screaming and shouting. This is like, he's like and it's like, how you're pulling up a subject where the only answer to that question would be he wanted to save a life because he wouldn't want to take a life.
Yeah, but he would only be advising her at his advice as a father. He wouldn't be demanding or forcing her.
No, I know.
Yeah,
Which
but
is
I wouldn't believe that, even if he said that. I would only believe it if, God forbid, it happened, and that's what actually happened. Because you don't know what it's like until you're in that situation.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no,
the thing
explain-
is,
explain
let's not forget. I don't know how many millions, if not maybe there's a billion, I don't know, of Catholics in the whole of the world. That's exactly their view. That's why girls in Ireland, if they happen to get pregnant, they don't necessarily have to get pregnant, but you do actually they travel to the UK to get secret abortions. The Catholic Church will not destroy a life, even if a girl has been raped and is pregnant. So what are all these loonies going to do then? Start attacking all Catholic people? Because that is the way. That is what they believe.
Yes,
I don't know whether Charlie Kirk was Catholic or not, but that is the church's point of view.
It's in the Bible that if you get raped by a man, then you must marry him.
Huh?
Well,
I don't know about that, but maybe
That's the Old Testament.
In the Quran,
this
this is fact. I've looked it up. In the Quran, if you get raped by a man, the only way you can prosecute the man against is have 4 independent witnesses. So what needs to happen is they rape you in public, and then obviously all the people in the street can witness and then against him. So yeah, you need 4 independent witnesses.
Is before or after the man is stoned in the Old Testament?
Otherwise, you were asking for it.
Himself to him. I'd like to see that scripture.
But my point is, even if Charlie did mean it, then it's no different to anybody who's a Catholic. I mean, it's just ridiculous that somebody picks on that and says, "Oh, he's an awful human being." I mean, what a load of rubbish.
well, no. Why don't you step away from the religion and just analyze it as a statement? A person who's been raped is going to be forced to bear the child because of somebody else's religious belief.
That's not liberty.
So wouldn't the person who was raped have the right to choose not to have the child?
Well, obviously not if you're a Catholic, but it wouldn't be. I'm not going to say lucky if I'm not against Catholics, but it wouldn't be my view, not at all. But I'm just saying, in terms of him being persecuted for that, it's just ridiculous. Because I'm sure a court of the world think like that anyway.
No, I mean, for anyone to pass judgment upon anyone for keeping or not keeping the child this day and age seems a bit strange. Because
no, I agree with that. If the person who was raped wants to keep the child, it's their right. But if the person who was raped wants to abort the child, but they happen to be of a certain religion, for that, I guess that religion would then ostracize them or excommunicate them.
It will excommunicate them, yeah.
Pass judgment.
For whatever the act is, they're going to pass judgment for. Regardless of the circumstances, and the circumstances have absolutely no leeway or means of negotiation.
Yeah,
there's nothing stopping them.
Hold on, I want to hear what RW has to say. 1 second, RW.
I very much war against am a heretic when it comes to people that believe that a man has the right to judge someone's salvation. They might personally judge them or something, but they have no right ever to say that God is judging you this way. I have decreed it. That's not okay.
Right. Because God made men, but Samuel Colt made men equal.
Okay. 3 Samuel 1:7.
Right.
I know one thing about God. However you get to the top regarding which religion you practice, my God, for somebody that you can't prove's around or exists, he hasn't have caused a lot of trouble.
He doesn't what?
So many. He hasn't have caused a lot of trouble. So many deaths, so many wars, all in the name of religion, and this fantasy man in the sky who's all
But
knowing.
what man
and,
does with it? What man does
Pardon?
with something? What man does with something, and then God, the Creator, is blamed for it is also not very fair. So I still follow the Creator and believe in His law, but I'm very disgusted in what many hijackings of that faith have become. So yeah, I agree with
You're saying it's down to man hijacking it and saying
Okay,
in the name of God, I'm gonna do that.
I just checked it now.
I'm not challenging there. I'm just sort of making sure I'm getting the right message from you.
I didn't understand your message.
Were you saying that it's man hijacking it and using God as an excuse to do something, whether it's a killing war or what? Right. Okay.
Right.
I get you.
Man's actions doesn't mean that was God's will. That's two very separate things.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
Okay. RW, you were talking about like this statement I made about the 4 people.
Nice
So
cup of tea.
I originally asked, and it says no, and it says no, and then it says understanding complexes of grape and evidence in Islamic law. And it says distinction between grape and zina. Traditional Islamic law required 4 male witnesses for the offense of zina, which is rape. But this standard is highly considered inapplicable to rape cases by many jurists today, because rape is a crime of violence. So yes, it is in the scriptures.
No, that's the Quran. I'm challenging the biblical scripture, not I'm challenging what Biscuit said, not Islam.
Right.
I can't speak towards that.
Okay, well at least I've confirmed it to the people who say no.
I have a question about forgiveness though, because I think forgiveness is a very personal thing, and I was very put off by Erica's public forgiveness of the shooter. It really came across to me. I'm trying to be careful on how I'm saying this because I can't judge her heart or anything, but it very much came across to me as a political move, a calculated move, instead of a genuine.
Because she forgave.
I don't think you can take her facial expressions or the way she talks.
Well, I get what RW is saying. It wasn't exactly, if I can use the term, like a philanthropic forgiveness. It wasn't something that she did it in front of 100 million people. It wasn't like.
So do you think that could have been her faith telling her to forgive?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess
isn't that the core thing?
The Bible tells you to do it, but that doesn't mean that you're doing it.
Yes, but look at it. Yeah. So you think that could be political, but as you know from the family, it's very religious.
I understand that.
She actually mentions
my discernment. This is my personal discernment, Welshman.
Well, is it possible that maybe she did that because she thought that her husband would have wanted her to do that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course it's possible.
There are scientific studies that say that forgiving someone is actually good for your mental health.
You know what
I don't
else
disagree
is?
with any of that.
Killing them.
Yeah.
Well, that is possibly going to happen anyway with the death penalty, isn't it?
I hope so.
Not if it's rejected by Erica.
Probably not.
You can forgive someone, but then of their actions, but allow them to be.
So she can make a request
to be repented for their.
Who is prosecuted?
But Biscuit, if it goes to court,
State of Utah.
she'll be asked what she thinks should happen, And of course, if she believes, with a religious belief, she'll say no to the
No,
death
no.
penalty.
It's
You can
possible, but I mean, I've heard families of people killed by people who died on death row say, well, we're still here suffering, but he's gone now, so he can't suffer anymore. So, like, there is a
Could say
school
that.
of thought that might say keeping them around forever in a really shitty scenario prolongs their suffering. Although all humans want to pursue living, unless you're suicidal, but most people want to live, and that prospect of your ultimate demise on a schedule, like by some chamber or chair, could be pretty terrifying. But I think the prospect of living 40, 50, 60 years in a scenario of no freedom cage is worse.
Last
Do you know
Dance
what I
is like,
find, though?
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Do you know what I find though that's a bit weird about this
You
day
know
and age is that I'm always amazed by these people, right? You take Charlie out of it and his wife, any high profile person that gets assassinated, killed, whatever. These people are so much stronger than me in this modern day age, because if my wife had just been shot on TV and I think she was there, whatever, and now I'm left without my wife and I've got 2 kids. The last thing I'd want to do, I would be in so much grief, I would be so hurt, is to go onto television and start making speeches. I'm amazed by these people. There just doesn't seem to be any grief process. I'm sure there is behind the scenes, but makeup on, smart dress, and I'm not saying it about Charlie's wife. It could be anybody out there with hyper, and straight on TV saying how what a great person he was. I'd be absolutely fucking devastated. You wouldn't get me in front of the cameras.
But she's got to, because she needs to keep in a basic level, they have a lifestyle that was supported by Charlie. So
So the lifestyle's more important than the death of her husband. Then, really.
No. She just needs to keep like the money coming in to raise her family.
No, Stephen. She's just she spoke then publicly because she was like felt like I don't think it was any money like oriented. They've got enough money. I'm sure.
No, I'm not saying that event was, but for her to crawl into a corner at this point it's a ridiculous option. She needs to step up.
I think there's a distinction between what's forgiving someone and asking that someone not be executed. You might say, how can you forgive someone if you don't recommend that their life be spared? I don't know, but I do think it's a distinction.
There's an act of forgiveness that's for your own personal benefit, not for them.
Exactly.
Well, I'd suggest if she's consistent, well, I'm sure she is, she will say, "Don't give him the death penalty."
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but
and sadly, no, I know, but the judge will ask the family members, the next of kin, to give their opinion, and if she turns around and says, because they're going to go for the death penalty, no, then they'll highly probably listen to her.
I don't think.
I agree that there's typically if someone who's married is killed, the spouse is deferred to. If someone who's not married is killed, then the parents of the dead person are deferred to. It is typical to do that, but it is not required. And this particular killing, I think, has it might be that the government of Utah decides that political murder is so heinous that
there are aggravated circumstances too, that there was children involved as well.
Yeah, so I don't, it's no slam dunk that even if she says she doesn't want him executed, he may still be executed.
But still, towards forgiveness, if you forgive someone for their act, that's forgiving them of the punishment of that as well.
Not necessarily.
That would mean he just walks away.
No,
that's what I'm saying. The level of forgiveness, to truly forgive someone means that it is no longer a thing.
Okay.
No.
I don't have the
No.
power to do that in many, many ways. I just say
The
I
thing-
think that's the ultimate forgiveness.
I've got the answer to our conundrum here. What we do is we want them to serve the time. So let's say they get 40 years, and they come out, say, when they're 60. By this time, you're 80, and upon their release, you can shoot fucking dead because you've only got a few years to live anyway. And then you've taken their life away behind bars and just shoot them for good measure when they come out.
It's good to see you exercising your free speech over there, Lee.
Indeed.
I'll say something. Unfortunately, I've been involved in a close public death, and we're all old enough to experience close ones that have died. You know, I would only imagine if you haven't, then consider yourself extremely lucky.
Very lucky.
So, in these hours after a situation like this, I'm not going to give. I don't even know if she, is fully aware of exactly what I can only imagine what she's going through right now. So for me to put any slant or to think that there's any ulterior motive to anything she says at this point in her life is just beyond me to accept.
Because I mean,
all I can say is that the act of forgiveness is for yourself, not for the person you're forgiving.
I don't know if the thing is, Biscuit. I think what you're saying is right.
But
for me personally, I just don't think I could though. I just
say
if somebody had raped and cut up my daughter, I don't think I could ever forgive them.
You're not forgiving them. You're just saying, "I
A
forgive
pickup on
you,"
a
and
long road comes to mind.
it turns a switch in your brain and releases a more calming feeling inside. You're not guided by hate anymore once you say, "I forgive you."
So that's like fake it till you make it. I think that if you're truly convicted inside before you say it,
You're
has more
talking
meaning.
about actual forgiveness where you're like, "I forgive you, I absolve you of everything you've done, and we'll just forget you've done it." That's
but you're
not what we're
saying
talking about.
You're saying that forgiveness is more like when someone sneezes and you say "bless you."
No, I'm saying when you're in your mind, you're saying, "I forgive you." It releases you from having them rent free in your brain all the time.
It can't be that easy.
No, I don't think so.
There's scientific studies that prove that saying "I forgive you,"
No,
even if you don't mean it, has
there
an effect.
There cannot be a scientific study that proves that. It's
There is.
impossible.
And the
It's not
severity of it as
provable.
well. So let's say, for
It's the
example,
mind.
we're all
It's in the mind.
we're all
You can't
we're all
prove it.
stupid when we're young. Yes, so you've got an 18-year-old who looks down at his phone when he's driving, and when he looks back up, he's carried off the road and he's killed someone. Yeah, and once again, my poor wife tonight. I'll use my wife as I could see over time that I would forgive that person because you were young, you were silly, and my wife was in the wrong place at the wrong time. But if somebody had broken into the house and raped and murdered them, then I don't think then I could carry through what you say, Biscuit. I just don't think I could. I don't think me thinking I forgive you is going to do me a lot of good. I really don't. So I think it depends on the severity of the situation.
I mean, in Charlie Kirk's case, I mean, a pickup and a long bit of rope in second gear comes to mind.
Well, he's not going to. No matter how much Erica forgives him, he's not going to escape prosecution.
But I think she might have influence if she says no to the death penalty.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree. That
Yeah,
is
I think
There would be
that is
an
powerful.
outcry from civilians.
Well, it doesn't lessen his guilt; it just lessens the sentences, doesn't it?
But I think it holds a lot of power, not just by her wishes, but if that person sought that outcome and the courts did it anyway, I think there would be an outcry from all the people that are following her, which is a large number now.
Really? I don't think so.
I think the Turning Point movement is being. She is now the figurehead that's being placed there.
Yeah.
But you think that if he's executed, those people there'll be an outcry?
I think that those people on the internet, at least, will be making a lot of noise.
I think just the opposite.
Okay.
I mean, we are now facing political violence every week. So that
It seems
there
to be
is
going in
a
one direction at the moment.
no matter, I think a lot of these, I think Dylan Roof and Peyton Genderon and Tyler Robinson, I think they should all be executed and quickly.
Who are those people? Are they left-wing people?
Dylan Roof, no, he was a right winger. He shot up a church for
Baptist.
black people,
Baptist Church.
Baptist Church. Peyton
These are all
Genderon was the Buffalo shooter who shot
Yeah,
up.
he's the trans one, isn't it?
No,
No,
he's not. I think
he's
Base
not
is
trans.
wanting to pigeonhole that only half of the population is sick and twisted enough to do
Well-
something despicable like this.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there seems to be, I think it's 7 or 5 trans or sort of bi or some other.
I don't know. The Buffalo
two.
shooter was trying to start a race war. If
Is-
you watch
is it
the
really?
video, you'll see him come upon a white
Yeah, but-
Yeah.
cashier, and he
but this-
says, "Oops, sorry."
Sorry.
This
Yeah.
is political speech. This is all political speech. This is not like a lunatic racist. This is political speech.
No, he was a lunatic.
Yeah. But Charlie Kirk was killed for his political speech.
Yeah, I
You're
don't wanna hear
comparing it. You're comparing it with the lunatic racist, which is sort of fine, but it doesn't
I'm not
work.
comparing it. I know all the facts about these
Yeah,
mass shootings. I happen to be well versed in them.
I would execute them all
Yeah,
and quickly. I don't want 20 years of appeals.
Oh yeah, I
Is
agree.
that
I
based
agree.
on morals or cost?
It's based on trying to prevent future killings by
The thing is, why would you want to keep
making it
real-
clear that you're dead yourself.
Yeah, but why? I don't understand in the UK. See, so if, for example, the evidence is like video evidence, there's multiple witnesses, why don't we just get rid of these people? They cost like fucking $100,000 a year to keep. Fucking hell.
I mean,
Uh,
the
and
only,
it's-
the
just
only
get rid of
reason
them.
I would be against the death penalty is for the cases that are morally ambiguous that could be found out
Yeah,
later
Of
that
course.
they're not
Yeah.
actually that they're actually innocent.
it'd be
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
if there was some kind of level though, like
Yeah.
where there was a cutoff where if we know for
Yeah,
sure, fuck them, right
Well,
away.
Yeah,
If,
know
if
that-
if it's beyond any doubt whatsoever,
Yeah, slam
Yeah,
dunk.
I'm
there
with
is
you.
no
Chris, but I'm not
Yeah, I
gonna.
agree.
I'm
The
not
guy
gonna.
in Buffalo had a camera filming himself killing people. I say that
Yeah.
that one is a home run.
What
Grant
right
about
away.
I
Smith.
mean, the Catholic Church that just got shot up recently, and all those kids got hit. I mean, that to me, that when kids are being attacked purposefully, that's definitely a line for me.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
and what-
I always use the case of the Norwegian crackpot who killed
yeah, Breivik.
70 plus children,
Mm.
and
That might be the worst.
and
You know what rifle he used?
no.
He used a Ruger Mini 14.
isn't that a pistol?
Are you serious?
Am I conflating it with something else?
Yes. 'Cause it
Ruger
is
is
a-
a brand.
thinking of
What's
Luger.
what's the German Luger? Luger. That's what I'm conflating it with.
so,
The German
anyways,
pistol.
in the state of Massachusetts, one of the only semi-automatic rifles that's approved for the state. In their infinite wisdom, it's a Mini 14.
Because nothing's ever bad happened with that.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing, obviously. But
What happened to that individual that did that?
I was
it
just about to say, why don't you
He
just
got
stick
like
to
20
bolt-
years, sentenced to 20 years.
single
His name is-
shot bolt action rifles because that's all you need. But
no, it's
That's
not.
what-
It's a
that-
semi-automatic 223.
no, what I'm
it's-
saying is that a single shot bolt action rifle should be all you need.
Especially when
No,
you're
no, it isn't.
shooting
all you need.
defenseless
That's
children.
the stupidest thing you've ever said. Anyways,
Why?
his name was Anders. His name was Anders
Breivik.
Breivik,
Anders Breivik. Thank you.
and he got
That's
like
it, Breivik.
23 years or something stupid because that's the maximum that Norway could
Yeah,
apply
it's
to
ridiculous,
any
isn't it?
particular case.
And
But
he after he was imprisoned, he petitioned, I think, the European Court of Human Rights so that he could get, a PlayStation or something.
yeah.
And I think he like won that case. I mean,
Did he get it?
I don't know. But the whole thing is,
They might
it's
have
just
shanked him with it.
obscene.
Come
It's
on.
such an obscene miscarriage of justice.
Yeah. You
Overpowered.
understand what's wrong with European law, don't you? You start to understand what's wrong with European law.
So
I just hope he gets out someday and
be careful with
the,
what you
spi-
say.
the spirit of the Vikings
Yeah,
comes
there's
comes
There's
into
more
some
than-
person comes into some person and they take care of him.
I
you know?
agree. With more than 70 families who had their children killed by him, I think that there's hopefully a good chance of that.
That would be the best.
Yep.
Note to no.
How long ago was he put away?
Jeez, it's
ago.
got to be 15 years, 10
Yeah.
years. I
No,
don't even
long-
know.
10 years. I
Has
would
it been
think.
that long?
I don't even want to find out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
put
so
that in your Google search.
That's not too far in the future, Steve.
I don't think his release is guaranteed at 23 years. I think he
No.
is eligible. to be released.
Initially, there was
PlayStation,
some
they're going to give him good
grumblings.
behavior.
Initially, there was some grumblings about it being a hard and fast fucking sentence, but it looks like now they'll be able to review it every time it comes up,
Right.
and hopefully they just deny every whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like the UK. They call it life, and life means like as little as 10 years.
Oh, it says here under review, we are going to give you the death penalty now, actually.
No, it's the other way. It's either
On
freedom.
second thought-
I thought
either
life
freedom
in the
or
UK was 25.
I mean, life should mean life. 25
should.
should mean 25. 30 should
Yeah.
mean 30. You shouldn't like be ambiguous and say, oh,
Agreed.
life means 10.
Thank you, Bottle
What the fuck
Cap.
are you talking about?
I know
Agreed.
there was a bombing in the Capitol that killed
So
8
we're,
people. And then he,
we're looking at about 14 years plus a few months.
I mean, fucking hell, dude.
What's
He
going on?
bombed the cap.
I mean,
He bombed the capital first, and then drove to this fucking island where they were having
Right.
some commie socialist rally.
I hate to
And,
say this, but if there's any place that deserves Trump more for a little bit, it's a place that would let that guy get out like that.
We'll send in the
Seriously.
National Guard.
What did you just say, Aphid?
Yeah, this is the land of fucking Vikings, bro. They're not
I like
supposed
that,
to fuck with
RW.
this shit.
they need the Trump National Guard treatment, obviously.
Yeah,
PNG.
I mean that's when
Hey.
you know your shit has gone too far. You know, we
Yeah.
need to clean some shit up around here. This
I
ain't
see-
right.
I seen
We're
it. I
doing
seen it. I seen an interview with some black geezer and some like flashy car the other day in the interview. He said, "What's it like?" He said, "Well, it's all right." He said, "What's it like? No carjacking." He said, "It's all right, actually. No risk of carjacking at the moment. He's just cruising around the streets
Where was this?
in
DC.
Washington, yeah, in DC. He's literally just there going." And the guy asked the stupid question, "What's it like not under the risk of carjacking?" He said, "Actually, it's all right."
What have you seen or heard anything over there about Memphis, Tennessee, or Portland, Oregon?
I know Portland's just fucked, and it's like continuously fucked. They're having a go now, and they all the time with ice. They got smashed. They got smashed up today. One guy took it on the head. I got the footage if you want to see it. He took a fucking pepper ball on the head.
We're sitting in DC until November 30th, and most likely pushing until December. Memphis has 150 National Guard, and Portland, Oregon, without a release date, is having a unit sent over of National Guard
Good.
against the will of the
What's
mayor.
his name? Ted. What's his name? Ted. Fucking. What's his name? Ted something. He's a fucking idiot. He's a big Antifa supporter. And
Kenneth Wilson, that's Portland. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek.
Oh right, he was Ted before. I think it was Ted. Someone that was Portland anyway. But
I don't know. But
I'm
expecting-
it's terrible, Portland.
I'm
What's
expecting
happening?
Portland to get a little ugly. I don't know about Memphis. I haven't heard anything. I didn't realize that they had troops there yet until I looked it up today.
Portland is it's terrible. It's mostly the worst place in the UK, in America.
Is that where they had Chad or Chaz?
No, But it's where they load. They were rioting, I think, for the longest period in that period. Poland were literally for months on end. They had
Where
this,
was
like,
Chaz? Where was the
Seattle, wasn't it?
oh
Smoke Steve is broadcasting from a protected location due to the Hegseth sent him to a protected location due to the threat of terrorism.
as he didn't release that address on WhatsApp, did he?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm not on that group chat this time, so what else we got here? We covered Jimmy Kimmel. Italy
See,
had
the Epstein files are making another appearance with Elon Musk this time.
Yeah, it's
True again.
that was I looked into that for like 5 seconds. It was heavily spun.
his name, and he's Ted Wheeler. I knew it was Ted something. Former Oregon State Treasurer. Not the mayor, sorry. So I got a bit of it wrong.
Okay.
Farms.
Well,
I
he
didn't,
was
I didn't see
invited to the
results of that.
Epstein Island, wasn't he? But he never actually went.
No, we didn't bring it up, Eastwind.
Who's that?
I thought that hadn't happened yet.
Well, it was reported that it was going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, it was just people made hype of it for like 5 seconds, and I was like, "Well, that sounds important," and then I forgot already because no one said anything about it.
I mean, it's highly dangerous to have all your generals in one area, isn't it?
Because they might get attacked, or because of what they're talking about.
Because they're not going to
They
both.
might get attacked.
Both.
They
Decapitation.
can either get attacked or they can be any mobile device can get hacked and they can hear what's happening in the room.
Yeah. Don't forget
Fortunately, Biscuit, our generals are mostly politicians, so they're
Let's address this from Eastwind on this similar subject.
Yes,
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, it is. Okay.
No, go on.
Roger.
No, go on. What do you want to say? You know more about it than I do.
Me personally?
Yes.
Well, let's come up with some theories about what is the reasoning for it.
Well, you
Can
did
you
have that
explain
link
Farms
about
comment?
the Al Qaeda threat.
What's 3-1 Atlas?
It's an asteroid or something like that. It's
I
an
don't think that's it.
intergalactic
No,
asteroid.
that's not it.
I thought you said 304. I know what a 304 is.
It's 3i
No,
Atlas.
I
The
think this has to
intergalactic
do with.
asteroid.
I think this has to do with the potential threat that was led over the border during the lax days of border infiltration. That might have been a large-scale invasion of Al Qaeda forces.
What
What,
makes you
10,000
makes
people
you
a day
think
problem?
that way?
Sorry, RW, you first.
Why? I understand the idea. Why are you thinking in that direction?
Apparently, there was a memo sent out to all law enforcement about this on September 25th. It's not
Okay.
really being covered in the media, unfortunately, but
Seems important.
I think they had intelligence to say that that's what they were doing, and they were going to enter the country via sleeper cells from the southern border. Correct? Isn't that
Yeah,
what the intelligence said?
in excess of 1,000 people. So now, supposedly, law enforcement and local law enforcement even is supposed to be aware of this, and anything as simple as a local gathering could be a target.
I think that it is unlikely that generals would be gathered to deal with a terrorism threat.
Could it have anything to do with the
inside
3
the
Russian
country.
jets over Alaskan airspace?
It seems a bit.
That's more likely.
It seems
And
a
more
very-
likely is the issue of
Russia.
of Russian, I would think, drones. Russian moves into airspaces. The thing in Alaska was nothing new, and it wasn't It wasn't. It didn't. They didn't enter our airspace.
There was heading towards Alaskan airspace, I think it was.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
they entered
They
something
do that
called
every day. They do that every day.
the-
Though.
yeah. Well, not every day, but frequent,
It is
regularly.
regular.
regularly.
They wave at each other and shit like that. Like it's
Yeah.
crazy.
You always test if your adversary's paying attention.
I would think that possible
Mr.
for,
E.
so we're blowing boats up right now down south.
Double yikes. Alien ship and that. Yay.
Well,
If the cartels are in any way planning a retaliation inside U.S. soil or even outside of U.S. soil, that's, I think, more of a heightened factor.
Oh well.
That's-
If they fuck
that's a
around,
possibility.
they're
It
gonna-
seems unlikely, but that
Yeah,
that certainly
they're
is
really going to
possible.
find out though, isn't they? Because Trump is going to go fucking hell for leather. That's
I'm just trying to think of what's actually hot on the table.
I know.
Like,
I know.
Are you saying there's fears that possibly Russia could send a bunch of drones into our like antagonize us some way?
I would think
NATO countries.
I would think that if there was a change in the standard operating procedure, that they might want to, and then I would think it would be to be more aggressive, possibly to shoot down these drones the moment they enter NATO airspace. I
Well,
would think
Trump's
that you
already
might want to bring
commented
all
on
the
that.
generals together to let them know that we're going to take a more aggressive stance.
Right. It might be related to, what was it, Romania that called for Article 4, and then Denmark.
It's Poland, Estonia, and what was the other one?
I mean, for that Article 4 is some sort of a convening or meeting of the NATO countries. But
The
maybe they
Denmark
have
one that's
some-
been
maybe
proven
they-
not to be true. Nothing to do with Russia, Denmark. That was
Yeah,
was
the
was fact.
Denmark thing, it seems like it's some local wahoo who's fucking around on world stage, which is kind of great anyways, so keep it up, anarchist. But anyways, yeah, like I feel like maybe this thing could be geopolitical. That makes sense.
I could be. I'm completely naive on this topic, and I'll be honest with that right there. But I just don't think that it's in Putin's best interest to antagonize the United States at all.
But he might
I
test the
agree.
waters. He seems to be a water tester.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could see like it being like a threat thing that doesn't come out to just to toy around and see, but actually physically like doing something to antagonize us. I just can't see that he would think that would be a good idea right now where he is.
Well,
Considering
that's-
America's like the one nation in NATO that doesn't want to just beat the shit out of them.
No, I just think that we're the most important one that he doesn't want to upset. He knows that. I would think that if he sees his cards, he would know that we would be the last ones on the list of trying to make more upset at him. I mean, he's going to do what he's got to do, and if it upsets us. But as far as like deliberately trying to upset us, I just can't see that he would be
but
interested in that.
the difference between Russia and Venezuela, Venezuela have got nothing to fight back with, where Russia has. So it wouldn't be like, Russia's that country where the Americans technically can't fuck around and find out.
What is if you can send information to all these generals through technology, what is the meaning of actually physically convening in a meeting? The only purpose to me is not having information sneaking
Yeah,
out.
that is strange, and I don't know what the reasoning is. Usually, that's not what happens, even for very, very serious issues. So this is why I think it might have to do with something scary about Russia, because you want it only in the most secure channel to have these generals, and he doesn't want to send it over electronic means.
Correct.
Well, give us the most likely 2 or 3 examples of something scary about Russia, which you just alluded to.
That someone has intelligence that Putin is destabilized personally, and maybe getting ready to start a war on a NATO country. One where U.S. forces would be involved.
We would have to
What exactly does destabilized personally mean?
He's gone crazy, or he's in some sort of a
compromised.
Yeah, he's in a mentally unstable mood.
Highly unlikely.
Where have I heard that before? Where have I heard that before? Strokes, heart attacks, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's. I've heard it all, especially in the first fucking 18 months. He should have been dead 30 times over with his ailments.
I'm trying to. I don't know.
The more
I'm not even
scenario
trying to start a rumor.
Yeah,
I'm trying to explain why there would be an in-person meeting of all the top generals and Hegseth.
Would they do that to make him think that they were thinking about him and planning against him, and maybe he would see it that way? Would they go through all that work to?
They wouldn't do it unless
send a message to him.
Not unless there was some threat indicators, some serious threat indicators.
He has a valid point though, that by convening this way, anybody that's on opposition would definitely be speculating. Anybody that's against the United States high enough right now would be like, let's, cross all of our T's and dot all our I's right now because they might be coming for us.
And I also don't want to, there's also a chance, I think smaller, that he's just going to tell him, no more DEI.
So it's just a pizza party.
It's a chance, right?
Chance.
It's unlikely.
Well, I would say this with this administration, and I don't mean this in any disrespect, but to them, but I would take out everything in the past precedent, throw it out the window, and then try to figure out what the hell they're doing.
Right. I agree. That's partly why I said it could just be a DEI speech.
Right.
But I think that's unlikely. I think it is something more serious, and it's scary not knowing what it is.
Do you remember the young Russian guy that I brought into the pub and he hung out with us a couple times?
Sergey.
I have.
Go ahead.
I've subscribed to his Twitch.
Okay, he legitimately has disappeared.
No, he's still around.
I haven't seen him.
He's on Twitch if you want to.
I'll go and because his YouTube was scrubbed, his Discord was scrubbed, his Twitch disappeared for a while.
Yes, it did disappear for a while, but I've been getting recent notification. I haven't gone on it.
Okay, I will
been
check it
getting
out. I was very
notifications
concerned
for the past week that he's streaming.
Very, very concerned on that one. So thank you for letting me know that.
You guys are so plugged in.
Hey, man.
Yeah, but like you have a young kid.
I still use paper.
Politics.
I still cut paper coupons.
My Twitch stream says that about you.
I think you're subscribing to some much higher level of Twitch than I am.
It's the Aphid Lip Intel stream.
Okay.
As far as my Twitch goes, it's Random Goon. That's
Okay.
it.
That's about it.
It starts and stops with him.
Yeah, don't forget, I was banned from posting on social media for 3 months for literally live streaming.
Live streaming what?
Protest, I imagine. Yeah.
That was at the hotel?
Bullshit, man. It's
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that ban over?
Yeah, it was only 3 months, but
Yeah.
It's a long
3
time.
months I couldn't post on any social media. For what?
Yeah, that's bizarre.
You weren't allowed to talk about it either because you had an open court case, correct?
Yeah, I couldn't talk about any of it, remember?
I remember that I don't remember.
Good answer.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm ready for Congress.
He remembers the right things. You're ready to live in a dictatorship.
It's on its way, my friend.
That's why you got to keep the Second Amendment. You're that unique country.
Yeah, but if the people that back the 2A are on board with that form of dictation,
a huge number of Democrats would basically gut the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
So it's
but
not
don't forget,
not like it's a guaranteed thing.
I mean, it's for a tyrannical government, isn't it?
That's my biggest thing with being okay with the, anybody, Congress or the president, changing fucking shit, man, because there's gonna be a day when somebody's gonna be in that office that you don't agree with, and they're gonna be changing fucking shit all the time too.
Exactly.
That's right.
You don't want to make it.
It-
You don't want to
it
normalize. You don't want to normalize that. You
Oh
want
my
to make
god!
it.
That's why you gotta buy your guns now, not like wait. Because when they change it, you
Yeah.
can't buy that shit.
That's right.
But it gets grandfathered in if you bought it in the legal era.
It gets grandfathered in because you buried them in the yard and nobody knows where they are.
Well, if it's a point of they're going to take them away, then it's time to take up arms, Johnny. You know what I'm saying?
Man, the problem is stolen guns, man.
Like is it beginning of John Wick where he's breaking through to concrete in the basement to get all his guns and money?
I don't know movies, so that's not.
Oh, okay. Well, he gets sledgehammer, and because his dog gets killed, he gets sledgehammer and gets his guns out and his money, and starts killing all the bad guys that killed his dog.
Hey, Based, can you read the chat for a second?
I can't really because I'm trying to go to sleep. But what's up?
Oh,
I'm trying to go to sleep.
Bottle
I came
cap-
on. I came on to your live show because I'm trying to go to sleep. Goddamn
Well,
it!
he's been on for 3 hours, so that seems pretty
Yeah, it's
fair.
like 4
Basically,
a.m. there.
Bottle Cap's wondering if you could talk about the stuff that you weren't allowed to talk about under court order, because he's loved to hear how guarded your speech is.
Well, I mean, I can talk about it now because it's over. But yeah, it was all nonsense. They nicked me for criminal trespass, assault emergency, obstruct emergency, which is the police on both occasions, and attempt burglary. And basically, I was live streaming.
Burglary of what?
That's
Yeah, I was on a live stream.
Oh, that's insane.
The only thing they could have done before would have been obstruction, but that would have been me being civilly disobedient, not assisting in any way,
right.
standing in the way.
Was the protest in any way like the
What was
protest
that?
last week?
No, it wasn't.
Just
It wasn't
get
violent
hurt.
in any way. What it was, there was many arrests. There was over 40 arrests, but it was just because they couldn't cope with the amount of support we were getting, and so they were just arresting anyone if anyone in the end. They arrested 76-year-old women and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Right, I've got to go to bed. Have a good week, everyone, and I'll see you all
Lee.
next Saturday. Hopefully.
You too,
Take
Lee.
care, guys. See ya.
Thanks a lot for joining
What's
us.
up here?
Lee.
I've got to take my daughter to university tomorrow. She goes back tomorrow, so I've got to be up in like about what time are you looking at now? 4. Yeah, she's got to go. She's going back into halls for the last year, so we've got to be leaving here at 8 o'clock. So I've got to get about 4 hours sleep. Oops.
Awesome.
So, but I'll just have a sleep in the afternoon once I get back. But like I said, have a great week, everyone, and I'll see you all soon. Take care.
Bye, Lee.
Bye.
And Dawn is also leaving. Take care, Dawn. Have a great week.
Don, be well.
Man, I had a nap this afternoon. Damn, was that a good nap? Like sometimes you get a nap and it's like, and today was one of those days where that nap, regenerated me, gave me life.
That's good, man. It sucks when you take a nap and wake up like you should have never done it.
Yeah, today was like, oh, that nap was awesome. Loved it.
I hope you have more of those.
So
Hey,
in the UK,
Few and
in the
far
UK
between, my friend.
yes, so in the UK this week, right? Not this week, this month, there was an arrest for someone calling someone a muppet. You can Google it.
Mong, I thought that's the correct term.
Well, yeah, in this case, he said muppet, and the police took action because the person took offence. And the other one was last month, maybe 8 weeks ago, he got arrested for saying he likes bacon.
Well, so the Muppet, like if they made a meme of like some guy calling Kermit the Frog a Muppet, and then Kermit the Frog calls the police and gets him arrested, that seems like the right thing to do.
That would be good.
And it's the
was a Muppet, wasn't he?
Sorry?
Kermit was a Muppet, yeah.
And quite a famous one this week was two WPCs knocked on the door. A Muslim WPC and a blonde. The contrast was hilarious with a headscarf and everything. And they actually entered a house unlawfully. So they didn't have a warrant to enter the house, and they forced entry by pushing their way in. And they took the phone off the mother. So it was the daughter's phone they were after. And they took it and they confiscated the phone and forced entry.
Are these individuals citizens or immigrants in a process of citizenship? Does that have any?
So no, the people were just normal British people. One of the officers was a Muslim, the other one was a blonde. But either way, they weren't legally allowed to enter the property under the conditions they were working under at that moment, and they wouldn't have got it anyway. But this is that they literally forced the scenario by telling the parent that they need to go inside. I have to go inside. I have to go inside. We need to confiscate the phone now. And actually, they had no power to do any of this. And there's a very good YouTube channel called The Black Belt Barrister. If you want to keep up on UK stuff, listen to this guy. And he's just done
Black Belt sometimes.
Black Belt Barrister, he's called.
Yeah, I watch
He's got yeah, and
So they pulled this kid's phone, and then what?
Yeah, so what he's done, because this case came out now, he's now representing the daughter and the mother against the police, because he can't really talk about it too much now because he's now taken the case on.
What was their alleged crime?
Well, her crime, which she was accused of, the daughter, was viewing a fake post on Facebook. So she's not even accused of actually making the fake account up. She's accused of viewing the fake account.
How could it be illegal?
Yeah. So
not even commenting on, just browsing as you're scrolling through your feed. You see the post, and therefore knock knock.
But he's taken the case on as a pro bono, as he called it, which is like obviously
yeah, he's gonna get paid, dude.
No cash up front. But yeah.
I was confused about the grit card we were talking about earlier.
It's always true. You never answer the door to the police.
Mr. E has a question for you, Welshman.
Yeah.
It's a strange question. I don't know. Can you read it, or you want me to read it to you?
Well, read it.
Put it on the screen, man.
Well, I'll put it on the screen, but I don't know that. Well, you can see that.
Based eyes are so Chinese right now that
Yeah.
he couldn't read it. It was right in front of his face.
Are you unionist in the name of the King of England?
Of a King of England, not the.
Oh, a King of England.
It opens up the question a little bit more.
Yeah. I've always classed myself as a British patriot, which would class me as a unionist. So, yeah.
And are you willing, I guess just to say, are you willing to uphold that under the king, or would it only, I don't know quite what that means.
It's the color of the grid card that they're going to get in the future.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's asking
under the Queen, under the King, it just transfers over. I mean, basically, people say, "Oh, you've got the Union flag." Well, I love Wales, but I'm not a Welsh patriot, because the Welsh patriots are basically Marxist, a lot of them. So I mean, it's not the route I want to take. So
I don't know if Mr. E is alluding to a schism potential between the monarchy and the official secular government, or the democratic government.
The preside over the king, so in name of the king. So
yes, but that's basically by mutual agreement. It's not always been that way.
You can't be the prime minister without the say so of the king. The king has to say yes or no.
Right, but like if he says no on live stream, is he going to get a knock knock tomorrow? Like, is that the
Well,
point of the question?
it's a formality at this point. The royals have never said no to anyone who's been elected.
But what if King Charles said tomorrow, okay, I'm in charge now. Who's with
I don't know.
I'm the captain
Well,
now.
You're
Well, when you break it down like that, obviously no. But as it stands, technically, however our feelings are about the king, I would fall under the king at the moment, but
Sure.
it definitely could change. I mean,
Yeah.
I want the best for my country. I'm not going to go under someone that wants the worst for my country, which
I'm not sure that's what Mr.
there's
E
a lot of
meant.
question marks.
He can clarify it himself.
What's that? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's what Mr. E was getting at. He can clarify it himself if he.
Yeah, I
said-
think
No, hate
maybe
just wanted to
wrong.
understand based thoughts. It's all love here.
Yeah.
Mr. Kilsey won. Why is King Charles a traitor?
Well, there's lots about King Charles that are quite questionable, to say the least.
We didn't talk about the wall of fame at the White House tonight, which I'm surprised.
Oh God, that's
I'm
pretty minor.
surprised
but-
someone brought it up because
That's
it's the ultimate troll. I'm sorry.
That's super cool.
I admit I laughed, but after I stopped laughing, I decided I don't really like it. Especially, it shouldn't have an official president of the United States imprimatur. If Trump had like a personal account, that it would be a little more acceptable. But
I highly
know.
doubt it's going to stay that way. I just can't see it.
I
Like-
think it will.
We'll see.
well, not. You mean after Trump leaves office?
I mean, after
Oh,
Trump
yeah,
leaves,
yeah,
it'll
after he
definitely be
leaves.
switched out.
Yeah,
But, I
after he
mean, even
leaves
while he's in
office,
there.
it will.
Oh, you mean for more than a week or two?
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a massive
It's for
troll.
Xbox likes, or not Xbox. X
Close
likes.
enough.
I
Xbox achievements. That's good enough.
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, for social media likes. Yeah,
Could be. I mean, yeah. How could you put it past him? Yeah, but I think it's funny what Topple said was, which I didn't think about, which is totally true. If you looked, he's interrupted by the thing that he's making fun of. So the thing that he's making fun of beat him. So it's kind of, it's kind of not so cool.
Right.
If you think about it that way.
Like as he
Biden,
was showing
Biden
it
never lost to Trump. He beat him every time.
Right.
So like
right.
he was displaying it and like on live video, and like he went off into a tangent because of it. Is that what you mean?
Oh no! I think he still thinks it's funny. It's just it's at the White. I mean, it's it's at the fucking White House, man. I mean, if there's some kind of like, okay, let's leave the jokes out of it place, it would have to be the White House. I mean, in my eyes, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe it's cool to be, Steve Martin in the White House these days. I don't know.
Hey.
With the arrow sticking through your head, I don't know. Maybe that's what we want. Maybe.
Hey, can you tell me what what you're referring to?
Yeah. So
Go ahead,
there's
Leslie.
on one of the walls in the White House. I don't know
I think it was
where it is.
the West, right outside the West Wing. I think.
West Wing. There is portraits
Yeah.
or photos of every president of the United States framed and in a long row. And this Trump, there's like this troll post.
I'm already laughing.
They're
Go
panning
on.
down the portraits, and when they get to Biden's portrait, it's just a picture of the auto pen mechanism signing his name.
It's real. It's real. This is at the White House.
Legit.
And even worse than that, it's got Trump either side because it was obviously
Right.
two terms.
That's so Donald, isn't it? That's so Donald. It's like,
Professionally mature.
it's like he done it to wind up the Liberals, doesn't he? Literally done it to wind up the Liberals.
Maybe that's how we know we're winning these days. But I just think it's poor taste.
That's what I voted for.
It's hilarious.
Yeah,
Though. I was
yeah,
thinking,
here's the
what
thing.
could it have been? The fucking 1970s auto pen thing.
I would give it credit if this was the election, Trump wasn't in office, and he just did this as a way of reminding people how infirm Biden was. But Trump is the president. He won his election. It's time to move on
Yeah.
from the previous guy and focus on what lies ahead.
Agreed.
The previous guy is the auto pen president. He's not getting any sharper in the coming months.
I
and years.
agree.
So-
I agree, last time. I honestly do. I do agree, but it is funny. It's really good.
Here's the thing, like this shit goes on, you know, every administration like does their little imprint on the White House, you know, and
No
you see
one's
these
funnier
things.
than Donald.
Yeah,
There's
you
never
see
been,
these
there's
things
never
and-
been a funnier president. There's never been a funnier
You see
president
these things
than
and
Donald.
you're like, okay, you know, probably maybe the first lady made that decision or one of his staff was like, oh yeah, let's do this thing.
That's Donald.
This thing, there's no doubt in the world that this was his idea, and he forced them to do exactly what he said.
It could have
You
been
know, there's
Barron.
no doubt in the world. They didn't
Right.
run this by him and be like, hey, Mr. President, we came up with this idea of all the presidents. Portraits of him, and
He
you
would
put
be a
the
world
auto
class
pen for
comedian.
Biden. No.
Yeah, it is funny. It is funny. Yet it's not.
It is funny.
I don't want. Yeah, I don't want a comedian in the White House.
Yeah.
He's done it for a reaction, though, isn't he? He really is. He knows he's
But
going to get the reaction.
what purpose is that good for?
I have no
America?
idea, and I don't agree with
I
it.
mean,
I don't agree with it, and I still don't technically agree with this, but I do find it exceptionally funny.
But if the 47th pick was his mugshot, like T was saying, then there's more to the troll. So it's
Yeah.
Is that what he did? He did, didn't he?
that's
He
what
did
T
his
is saying. I don't
mugshot.
remember. I think I recall that being correct.
No, his
Yeah.
mugshot?
He's used his
Yeah.
mugshot.
No, I don't
in
think
his
it's
thing, so.
I don't think so.
It is. I've heard this months and months ago. He's used his mugshot as his fucking presidential photo.
Not in this hall thing though.
Oh, but no.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Mystery, are you talking about Scum's feed? Scum TV, Anticorp's feed? Oh, what? I don't.
Scum is streaming right now.
I'm not. Yeah, Mystery. We chilled on Scum's thing the other day, but Last Dance wouldn't have been there. The comment you made about not using the White House for that kind of stuff, it does remind me how like the last cabinet put the rainbow all over it and made it super gay for Easter and all that. So like that to me, that's kind of like the same type of, you know, it's off limits. Don't fuck with that shit. That's how I see it. It's like it's trolling sort of in a different direction.
I don't see a problem with it personally. I think it's just funny.
Yeah, so NPR.
It's harmless.
That they did that the gold frames.
I'm on about the Trump thing, nothing else.
The Oval Office.
The auto pen thing's funny and harmless in my view.
Yeah, and he took the piss out of himself because he's got his mugshot. So, but it's literally gold frames. Just watching NPR now.
Yeah, we were yakking for a long time last week. RW, it's true.
Yeah, but we weren't wanking it.
Yeah. So what's the problem?
Well,
I don't know what the
okay with
issue
not
is.
doing that on live stream.
Well, but so what if we do? You don't have to watch it.
I'm gonna hard pass on that one.
No, I mean our discussion, not
No, I'm cool with that. That's fine.
I don't know. I don't know if Monica inhales. That's last girl.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I did see. So there were some good Babylon B memes that came out over the last week. The two of them that I thought were funny was Hamas calls on Democrats to tone down violence.
I love that. That was so funny.
And the bullet manufacturers are now making larger casings so that
That was very
people
good.
can write out their whatever.
The full manifesto instead of being limited to 3 words.
Right.
You can write your political affiliation on every bullet.
Exactly. Yeah, and I was like, it's this trend with this whole bullet thing. It's just too much for me. I don't get it. All of a sudden, like, why didn't this happen?
Those fucking right-wing Nazis, it's those gropers.
But why now? Why are we writing on bullets now? We could have been writing on bullets all the way back at JFK. He could have been like, "LOL, fuck you," something.
Well, if you look at all these missiles and drones and stuff that Russia send over, there's all sorts of like slanders and writing on all those kind of things. It's something humans have done for a long time.
Yeah, it was done in World War II.
Yeah,
people wrote on bombs that were being
and
dropped.
if I'm not mistaken, didn't they write something on the Fat Boy and Little Boy?
I don't know. I would be surprised.
If you're reading this, run really, 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 really fast.
Yeah.
If you're reading this, you're
Don't laugh
fucked.
at that.
If you're reading this, I promise it won't hurt.
Yeah, you'll be vaporized before your brain cells even register.
Exactly.
I'm very thankful that that armaments have been left in the past, and now they're just sort of a threat.
Yep.
I don't know what to think about that one. Like, is it inevitable that since they exist, they will be used again? Or
I don't think so.
I don't think it's inevitable, but I think it's a
It's
high risk
it's an ever-present risk, isn't it?
and a high
Don't
risk.
forget
That
those
it
pesky
eventually
Russians.
be used, but
Blame it
nobody-
on the Russians. But bad man Putin.
Well, it's not just Russia. Everybody. There's a lot of people that have these weapons. What about
the
India
Russians.
and Pakistan? You know,
Don't worry about them.
Or the Satan missile?
The Western media needs to concentrate on Putin, big bad Putin.
Well,
well, he is scary.
it's easy. It's easy to say Putin because he's always threatening them.
What?
Him and his cronies are always threatening the nukes.
Who's threatening the nukes?
Lavrov and Putin are always saying, if you do anything to us, we'll nuke you. Basically,
Yeah. If you use
but
and bring,
they're always falling back on the threat of the nuke.
they're actually using that exact rhetoric.
They have, but we
they have,
also.
yeah.
It was always our policy, U.S. and I think it was NATO, to not forswear nuclear weapons in the event of conventional attack.
Yeah,
because we believed that Russia's had an overwhelming conventional weapons, specifically tanks, superiority, and that we would not be able to prevent them from overrunning Europe without using nuclear weapons.
that's not the case anymore, though, is it?
Yeah, drones.
It is not the case anymore, but I don't know that we have formally said we will never use nuclear weapons unless the other side does.
I mean, the reality is they poked the bear for over 20 years, going east. I think went like 8, 9
Oh, man.
countries east.
Take it easy, Aphid Lip.
Yeah,
And eventually he bit back. And it was just obvious in the end because he had to bite back.
That's just being an apologist for Russia, though. That.
You're literally on the border of Russia. There wasn't a buffer country at that stage. There was no buffer country where Ukraine was supposed to be that buffer country.
Look, Norway has a right to ask to be part
They
of
didn't go to
NATO.
war because of Norway. They didn't go to war because of Norway or Sweden or Finland or anyone else. They went to war because
Any democratic country that wants to be part of NATO has a right to ask to be part of NATO.
Well, it's not that
Ukraine-
simple.
Yeah, exactly. Ukraine was never ever supposed to be part of NATO.
I don't make excuses for Putin, and but I do see their point of view, and it is the only thing we have is our claim that our troops are somehow magically defensive only. But there's no reason why the other side, all they see are troops. That the fact that they're defensive is just something on a claim made. It's the same. It's not like offensive troops or offensive tanks look any different. It's the same. It's the same arms. Hey, Sarita. We had a glimpse of Sarita. There we go. So it is. I think Russia is right to view all these tanks on their borders as a threat. It's definitely when you add a country like Ukraine to be another country potentially with tanks and troops and all that is another staging ground for NATO troops. That is probably definitely pushing it possibly a line too far. I wish we had a little more sense not to push that, or to make it clear that they would never be part of NATO, but we didn't. We gambled, and we had this war. If we had to do it all over again, knowing what happened, we would have said in 2014 that Ukraine will never be part of NATO.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, that's just what's the word I'm looking for?
Excuses Russians.
No. That's rewarding Russia for their aggression against Ukraine when they took Crimea and the Donbass.
I can see your point, because it does kind of justify what they're doing. And I don't mean to do that. I just mean that we can't ignore, we do have to see things from their side.
The majority of the public in those areas actually speak Russian. They're Russian families. The thing is, Ukraine and Russia are entwined. Hundreds of years ago, because Ukraine's only existed since 1991. Right?
Not true.
It was called Little Russia. Ukraine was called Little Russia.
Ukrainian-speaking people have had that language before.
They're a minority in these areas.
I thought you were streaming an hour ago.
No, just uploading pumpkin patch videos.
Oh, I love those.
Putin couldn't back up anymore because there was no buffer countries to back up to. Basically, NATO and America forced their hand.
I don't know. I'm not willing to say. See, I'm not. You are more definitive. I'm just willing to acknowledge that they have a right to be alarmed.
You eloquently said what you said. But basically, it was very similar to what I was saying, but you said it much better than I said it.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I say. You can't have peace if you aren't putting yourself in your adversary's shoes, because they don't see the world from your side. They see the world from their side. And from their side, they're a country that are surrounded by NATO troops, NATO tanks, NATO short-range missiles, U.S. It looks like the preparation for their invasion. That's what it looks like. Now, we say, because we know our own minds, that no, we would never do that. It's all defenseless. But in the end of the day, it's troops and tanks and it's just they're just there. You can't.
Why are we boxing them in? If it's to control communism, or we're already teaching that in our universities. Marxist type concept.
That's their talk, though, that we're boxing them in. What we're actually doing is providing people who want it, countries that want it, a level of security against countries like China and Russia.
Well, it's not for countries like China and Russia. It's specifically for Russia. Now, you could argue with some justification that Putin has made statements to the fact that he, would love to reconstitute what was the Warsaw Pact and so forth. So to me, he's not looking at things from our side. That sounds like a strategic threat. And it's not a good idea for him to say that. That was, 15 or 20 years ago when he said that, but it was a mistake. And we still have to do our best.
Was it after 2014 when Ukraine gave up all the nuclear all the nuclear missiles?
That
Was
didn't
that
happen.
before?
That was before. That was before. I forget when that was. That was the something agreement. I can't even remember what it's called.
The Budapest Agreement, was it?
Was the Budapest Agreement or the Minsk Agreement? I don't know. But anyway, yeah.
2014.
No, that's
No, that
when Crimea and
Crimea
Donbass
was,
was taken.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been the time when. Yeah, big mistake by Ukraine, right?
Mm-hmm.
One that
But then again, would they have had a war with Russia earlier if they said no, we're keeping them?
possibly,
Do
and
you believe
possibly
that
it would have been a nuclear war.
Do you
Yeah.
believe they made that
maybe-
choice by themselves, or were they a pawn?
I think-
The US and Russia basically forced it upon them.
Yeah, I think the U.S. wanted them to get rid of those nukes too.
Right. So at any given moment, from my understanding of Ukraine between the U.S. or Russia and ourselves, they're basically the stomping grounds in between NATO and Russia, and we're the U.S. agenda is to push that line all the way up to Russia.
Yeah, I think many
By them
people
concurring, we now have war.
many people have suggested that this bears a lot of similarities to other proxy wars, during the Cold War, and there are a lot of similarities. And yeah, it does in many ways does seem like we're fighting Russia to the last Ukrainian,
Or
So-
whatever else is going to fight there.
So yeah, I feel like these were, just miscalculations on the part of Obama in particular.
Well, if Ukraine carry on out, they're going with Russia's oil refineries, then Russia won't have the capital to carry on for much longer. Apparently 3 years is the estimate before they completely can't continue.
If we
They're
do what?
fully bankrupt.
Long time.
3 more years and they'll be the country will be economically destroyed. They will not be able to recover.
So someone else will come out and clean it up. But 3 years is a very long time for this war to continue.
What about the oil refineries? What are you saying about them?
They've destroyed 25% of them already.
Oh,
The thing
well,
is,
that just leaves
they said-
fewer to protect, so it's harder to destroy.
I mean, they said the
Yeah.
economy was going to collapse within 6 months of the
Yes.
war in the first place. They said that, you wouldn't be able to get food and anything, and they haven't struggled.
Well,
They're struggling at the moment. But I think
At the moment, apart from Moscow and is it St. Petersburg? Moscow and St. Petersburg are the only two cities that actually have fuel at the moment. They have diesel in small areas, but fuel is very scarce in right now.
I'm with Based here. I've been hearing these claims since the war began, and that Russia is, going to imminently, enter an economic disaster. I think it will be a long time before they give up because of economic issues.
Well, if people can't put fuel in the cars, then and
But you believe in
and
that.
they're dependent on it.
You believe in that. Yeah, but you know, like you said, you actually believe in that at face value, and like last time said, he doesn't believe that because he just.
You don't believe that everywhere except for Moscow and St. Petersburg have run out of fuel?
Yes, you keep saying it, right? But it doesn't actually mean it's true.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
if you don't believe it, there's reports and videos out there of people with long lines with all the petrol stations with 000 on every single board.
New Jersey, or where are we talking?
but you
No, we're
think
talking
that's
about in Russia.
Cardiff.
yeah. I mean, but for all we know, that was true before the war started because Russia has probably pretty, old infrastructure. It's, you losing 25% of your oil refineries. To my mind, that just means the remaining 75% will work harder. to try
Refineries
and
is a very different story than fields.
Yes, agreed.
But if you can't refine your things, then you can't pump as much oil because
Well,
you need to be able to process that. You can't
They're
just
not allowed
store.
they're not allowed to refine it, are they? That's part of the sanctions. They sell it to Turkey.
No,
to
they've
refine.
got to refine the oil for their own use.
for their own gasoline for Russian.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they're capable of refining the oil they need.
I mean,
Russia's
at
a
any
big
given moment,
place.
we're like just picking up breadcrumbs of propaganda. So it's really worthwhile to discern
Well,
probabilities.
Don't forget multiple heart attacks, couple of strokes.
yeah, you can say that as much as you want.
Cancer. Don't forget cancer.
Yes, cancer.
You can say all the things you want, but it looks to me like what it looks like. It just.
Yeah, I know. You're literally a face value guy. Thing is, like I said, we're going back over the years. Just like last time said, all these things that I've pointed out are true. These were all terminal diseases that he supposedly had, and he didn't have any of them.
One thing I will believe is that eventually he will die. He's definitely more.
Yeah, that's one thing that's
So,
correct on.
so eventually they'll be correct on one of these.
Yeah, they will be correct.
But I wouldn't count on it being any time in the next few years. And I don't want to see another 100 or 500,000 people killed in the next few years.
But by that, we know how Western media works, just like how Russian media works. It's a bias.
Here's some Western media for you.
Ourselves. So when you say things and then take it as face value, this is true, you've got to question it. You can't just take it as face value anymore.
Here's some Western media for you, Welshman.
Media,
I just want you to hear some of this Western media. The billionaire Peter Thiel, Palantir, he delivered a 4-part series of private lectures in San Francisco, the Commonwealth Club, and he argued that efforts to regulate artificial intelligence, that means slow it down and control it, might enable a global authoritarian regime tied to biblical end-time prophecy. This is Western propaganda. So basically, if we slow down AI, it's going to allow the Antichrist to come.
How does he get that?
How is it not the exact freaking opposite?
Well, I'm curious as to how he gets there. I'd love
I
to hear.
didn't want to read into it because I didn't
reasoning.
want to cross my eyes that many times. But I just, like you were saying, like, how Western media works. I don't even know how Western media works anymore. It's getting weird.
you just get older and wiser, don't we?
Older, yes.
With Western media, when you're aware of what they do, it becomes more obvious as time goes on.
I just think we live in a perpetual state of propaganda, and we've reached a point where now with AI itself, it can be fabricated instantaneously and look almost real. So we went from the old-fashioned radio standard of propaganda to mainstream media propaganda to internet propaganda to real-time algorithmically pumped propaganda just for you.
Well, on the plus side, we're becoming more skeptical of
some of us.
Well, I think everybody is. That's what happens. California tries to pass a law to somehow make deep fakes or whatever shit it is illegal. Of course, the courts throw it out as a violation of the First Amendment. But anyways, people are sort of becoming more skeptical because people come out with deep fakes. So the level of proof required will go to convince people will get higher and higher. It might get to the point where they don't believe the real thing.
Exactly.
But I think people will, they react to things like that. So we'll see where it goes.
So
I don't have an end of the world belief, RW. These things do concern me, though.
you made this ties into the next point. Trump just released a post on his social media he owns, right? And stated that on January 6th, 274 agents were sent to the Capitol, like proving like that it was all a scam and a setup and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
We're skeptical. So
we're skeptical that they were
actually
sent.
going to prove anything, or we're just fed so much bullshit so fast that we don't even get to sit down and actually figure out what it actually was.
Well, there's no Trump, he's the president. His loyalists run, the FBI. It's not, instead of just releasing that number, you should give out details. What did they do? What did they do? What didn't they do? People want to know what role they played. If they were just sitting back as passive observers, or were they, where were the lines in their role there? So people want to know that, and there's no reason why Trump can't say that.
How many presidents in our United States history had a reach of their own social media directly to their supporters?
None, obviously.
What is even the closest in history that would even compare to that in any way, shape, or form?
It would have to be Biden, on Blue Sky, I guess would be the closest.
Okay, so
literally the previous administration.
But it's not like, there was a radio channel that there was a president had that he spoke directly to people often. Like there was no old-fashioned podcast. It's just like we're living in unprecedented times.
Yes.
We're literally rewriting social standards and norms.
I know.
And breaking down in real time. Like I don't want to really go down rabbit holes right now because I'm getting tired, but I don't think people appreciate just how different it got real fast.
Is Reuters a respected news company?
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they put out a video yesterday. Russia's fuel crisis caused long lines and headaches for Russians.
I wouldn't respect them enough to trust Russian reporting. Russian reporting is uniquely unbalanced because there are it's hard to find sources that are.
There's a million sources out there, including bloggers, news agencies, French. Who else? There's Anna from Ukraine. Obviously, she's pious.
Yeah.
PPR Global.
If Reuters, here's what I would believe. If Reuters reporters went into Russia, gathered the information, and then reported what they observed, that would be pretty good. If they're just going based, if they says from intelligence sources we have, based on, we should know that, which is very common, I wouldn't necessarily trust it because intelligence sources can put out self-serving information that is not true or not the whole truth.
Well, there's a lot of unique videos and photographs of pump stations that are empty in Russia.
Yeah, so that I call that anecdotal. What's that? Yeah. That's a picture of a few places. What does it say about the entire Russian petroleum?
I've personally seen at least 70 different places with zero fuel in different videos and pictures.
I think it's Welsh, but who could tell?
It's hard
Like
to
a
tell.
married couple, they probably snore the same now.
At least they're sleeping in the same bed.
Yeah. If you can hear us, Based, you have to unmute yourself. Yeah, Biscuit. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, I tend to.
There just seems to be a lot of visual evidence that points to that being the case.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just have to look at all these reports with skepticism for pretty much the same reason that Based was alluding to, because there have been so many reports of, the demise of one part of Russia or the other, and it doesn't seem to have ever gotten close to that.
Do we want to touch base at all on the United States government shutting down?
I don't. I'm pretty tired, and I was hoping to.
All right, that's fine.
End the stream if you guys don't have anything more to say.
Well, I have tons to say, but out of respect for people's sleep,
it's quarter to 5. It's quarter to 5, and the sun's peeking out of the horizon.
All right. Well, let's let me thank you all. It was very enjoyable, and you guys made it so. So thank you, Based, Biscuit. Scum, you didn't say anything.
I like to party. Do you like to party?
I do.
We'll see you soon at your party, Auntie.
But I like to sleep too. So I might watch your stream for a minute or two just to get the feel of it. But that's about it. RW, thank you as always. You right, and all the people in the chat, Bottle Cap, keeping us honest with the facts, and Cup of Tea, keeping me laughing, and Mr. E. Thank you, Mr. E, for showing up. Mr. Kelsey, it's great having you always. So yeah, everybody, we had some people earlier, Don Browning and Ruffled Feathers. I appreciate the time they spent here. It was enjoyable. And everybody have a great week. Let me do that. Based, I'm going to kick you out. Thank you so much for showing up. Biscuit, you too.
No.
Take it easy. Have a good night. Have a good week. And all of you have a great week and a peaceful week. And let's hope for a week of joy and peace and pleasure. Take care. Good night.